um, on this, what's going to be, looks like a nice sunny day in Muskoka as opposed to yesterday. So welcome to the July 2024 edition of the Planning Committee meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order at 9 o'clock and confirm that we have 8 out of 10 councillors present. I think Councillor Nishikawa may be joining us on and off during the day. And we have Councillor Kent is absent today. Also confirm we have the CAO, the clerk or deputy clerk, assistant clerk, chief? Deputy clerk, thank you. Director of Development Services, Environmental Sustainability, and other staff members present. We asked for a public input on the agenda and was invited through the township email. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We acknowledge that we do have a supplementary agenda. We have Mr. Steve Fauner, John Birch, Ken Pierce, and Ephraim Mandelcom all speaking on item 9A, which is the Pier 100. Jane Graham will be speaking on short-term rental accommodations licensing draft bylaw. And there was a planning justification report that was missed in the original publication that was related to TRAK investments, and that was added as part of the supplementary agenda. May I ask committee members if anybody has a pecuniary interest in any of Councillor Mazin?
Thank you. I will be recusing from item 73, which is the Maple Leaf Marina's Walker's Point. I have an indirect pecuniary interest. My son works there seasonally. And 14A, continue to recuse. That is the short-term rental accommodations. Again, an indirect pecuniary interest.
Thank you. I don't need to do this. Okay. Very well. The Pier 100 has, I suspect, quite a few people who want to be part of that. We have the delegates are first, but I think we will move item 9A, which is the Pier 100, to on the agenda. We will move that to immediately following the delegates, so that all those associated with that application don't have to wait around for a few more hours before you see the discussion with committee. So that'll be the only change. So the first item on is delegates, and we will start with I guess we will.
Stefan?
Yeah, Stefan. Mr. Szczerbak, are you on? Actually, maybe I should start with staff report. Yeah. If we're doing
It's up to you.
9A, yeah. Let's start with the staff report on 9A, which I think is Ms. Crowder. We'll follow the standard procedural staff report, then Mr. Szczerbak, and then the delegates.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Good morning, Mr. Szczerbak. I think we'll start with the staff report on this. We'll just follow the standard procedure and then you can follow.
Thank you very much.
Very well. You're having better luck with your connections this month, are you?
They're all gross.
Good. For those who weren't watching last month, Ms. Crowder had a lot of trouble connecting her computer, and it happened multiple times.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and good morning, members of committee. So the first application this morning is going to be C 2017-2, which is Villas of Lake Muskoka. This is a condominium description.
Ms. Crowder, could we do the Pier 100? The idea was to do Pier 100 right now?
No, Stefan's doing the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yep, very well. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm getting a little mixed up there. All right, yeah, Villas and Muskoka is fine. We'll do Villas and then Pier.
wonderful. So the District Municipality of Muskoka is in receipt of an application to amend condominium description C 2017-2, referred to as Villas of Lake Muskoka. As part of the review process of said application, the district has requested formal comments be received from the township. The subject lands are known municipally as 1841 Muskoka Road 118 West. The draft approved phase condominium description can be found on page 366 of the agenda package. The condominium description is draft approved to permit 23 resort commercial accommodation units and related exclusive use elements, as well as common element areas. One of the common element features included in this draft approved plan is a swimming pool. The first phase of this development has been final approved and built out. The second phase is currently under construction and has not yet received final approval. The application before the district seeks to remove a condition of the draft approval of phase 2, being a condition to require a common element swimming pool. The location where the pool is to be located is currently occupied by a sports court, which is shown on the screen. And this sports court has existed on the property since before its redevelopment and has legal non-complying status owing to its location within 200 feet from the high water mark of Lake Muskoka. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that the District of Muskoka be advised that the Township of Muskoka Lakes has no objection to the approval of the proposed amendment to the draft plan of phased condominium description, number C 2017-2, Villas of Lake Muskoka, provided that condition number 5 be amended to include reference to the provision of a multi-sport court amenity. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. Mr. Szczerbak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be very brief. I know you got a full agenda, and thank you very much for pulling this item up front. I feel honored this morning being first. Thanks again. Very brief, very quickly. The amended conditions have already been approved through the township as detailed in the staff report. This is just catching up. The district unfortunately wasn't circulated, nor there was no obligation to circulate them with these changes. This sort of came up as we're finalizing the condominium, and again, we're just looking for the district to amend their changes, very brief, easy amendments, and again, just seeking your comments. I'm here if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee, do we have any questions of Mr. Szczerbak? Councilor Roberts. Edwards, here we go again.
My twin looks so much like me, doesn't he?
We can't move you guys. You can't sit together next month.
Just to have the owners of the condominium signed off on this, because people bought thinking there was a pool going in there. But I remember it very well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, good question. Yes, the owners are aware of these changes. There's been plenty of discussion amongst the group. The construction of a pool, in the detailed justification is just going to be cost prohibited. There's a lake there. I mean, I think that the individuals who are at the resort right now would rather prefer to have this sports court. It seems to be more in use than a pool would ever be. So short answer is yes, they are aware of these changes.
Okay, thank you.
Committee, any other questions? Seeing none, let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that the District of Muskoka be advised that the Township of Muskoka Lakes has no objection to the approval of the proposed amendment to the plan draft of phase condominium description number C 2017-2 Villas of Muskoka, provided that condition number 5 is amended to include a reference to the provision of a multi-sport court amenity. Any discussion from committee? Seeing none, then let me call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Ms. Crowder, I think you are now up on item 9A, which is ZBA 0824 1284805 Ontario Inc. Pier 100. Do the meetings first? No, I'm gonna get this one done first. Then we'll do the public meetings all over. Because all up here. They should be. What's missing? He's coming.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0824 in the name of 2784805 Ontario Inc., more commonly referred to as Pier 100. The subject lands are known municipally as 2689 Muskoka Road 118 West, Unit Number 3. As committee may recall, this application was heard by committee at the public meeting held on April 11th, 2024. The original application sought to recognize an as-built housekeeping unit and permit an additional 3 housekeeping units in an existing building that formerly contained a dwelling unit, an office, and laundry facilities, to recognize as-built additions to 10 housekeeping units and attached sun decks, and to recognize an as-built accommodation unit and an attached sun deck. Committee deferred the application in order to provide opportunity for public and agency comments to be received, for questions raised during the meeting to be addressed, and for the proposal to be amended in response to concerns raised by staff and the public. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted revised zoning sketch on page 278 of the agenda package. Stamped surveys depicting conditions prior to as-built development and following as-built development can be found on pages 279 and 280 of the agenda package. An enlargement of the submitted zoning sketch depicting proposed development is shown on the screen with staff's markups. This amended application has made the following changes: the retention of an existing dwelling unit, laundry facilities, and on-site office within the building labeled housekeeping unit number 11, the dedication of the legally existing dwelling unit within that building labeled housekeeping unit number 11 on the submitted site plan, for the sole purpose of housing on-site full-time management, incorporation of outdoor fire pits for each housekeeping unit, conversion of the existing tennis court to include basketball nets and pickleball courts, and removal of the originally proposed housekeeping units number 12, 13, and 14 within the building labeled as housekeeping unit number 11, reducing the intended number of housekeeping units within this building from 4 to 1, plus a dwelling unit intended for housing on-site full-time management. Following the original public meeting held on April 11th, 2024, 9 comments have been received and were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Comments were received from Cassie Ems, planner at the District of Muskoka, stating no objection to the application. Several letters were received from Mr. John Birch, a budding property owner to the southwest. Mr. Birch has expressed concerns regarding the legal non-complying nature of development on the property overdevelopment of the property, density on the property, stress on the undersized waterfront, impacts to environmental features, lack of on-site management, trespassing onto their property, potential for precedent setting, and lack of safety at the waterfront, to name a few. A letter of objection was received from Jane Armstrong, area property owner, stating objection to the application, citing concerns regarding environmental compatibility. A letter of objection was received from Anthony Sinclair, area property owner, expressing concerns of overdevelopment of the property, nonconformity with the proper approval process, and negative precedent setting. A letter of objection was received from Brian and Valerie Harris, area property owners, citing concerns regarding the minimal shoreline frontage comparative to the intensity of use, particularly with an increase in the number of units, the capacity of sewage systems on the property, and safety at the waterfront area. The letter expresses support for resorts in Muskoka, which follow today's standards. A letter of objection was submitted by Mark Kemmerer on behalf of Ephraim Mendelkorn, a budding property owner to the southeast of the subject property. The main concerns expressed in this letter include a lack of management on site to oversee and advise guests of rules, trespassing onto their property to use their shoreline structures and sport court, excessive noise throughout the night, increased intensity of use on the property and at the waterfront, safety concerns regarding boating within the bay, and lack of a vegetative buffer. The council from Ephraim Mandelkorn has requested that as-built construction be dismantled, and if a revised proposal comes forward, that they be consulted. A letter of objection was submitted by Patty McMillan, area property owner, expressing concern for trespassing in recent years, tree cutting, construction without permits, lack of on-site management, and overdevelopment. The letter further requests that the ask to legalize additional units be denied, and ideally that the number of existing units be reduced. A letter of objection was received from Ken Pierce, Vice President and Director of the Muskoka Lakes Association, citing concerns related to the as-built nature of development, the number of bedrooms on the property and the proposed increase in density, a concern that the expansions to the existing housekeeping units have increased the number of bedrooms, the overall gross floor area value, concern that the individuals chosen for on-site management are not acting in a managerial manner, the number of proposed fire pits and fire safety, swimming and boating concerns, safety concerns, and discrepancy in the number of bedrooms within the on-site sewage works report. A letter of objection was received from Stephen Fauner from Northern Vision Planning on behalf of John Birch, a budding property owner to the west. This letter includes that all development on the property is frozen and no further development should be permitted, that the side yard setback reduction for housekeeping unit number 1 should not be supported, that on-site management should be required, that the renaturalization of the property should be dealt with at this stage and not through the site plan control process, and ultimately that the frontage of the property is insufficient to accommodate the proposal. I've also received a letter of objection from Marie Deans, who is an area property owner. This letter has not been circulated to committee, so I'm going to read it out in full right now. Attention, Emily Crowder, Intermediate Planner. Further to the telephone message I left you earlier today, I would like to share some concerns regarding this application. You might remember from our conversation on March 27th, 2024, that I had concerns regarding this application because the new owners of the property had proceeded to renovate without obtaining the necessary approvals and permits. When I inquired about the scope of this, you declined to share information regarding it because the matter was before the courts. Since that time, I have learned that the new owner has significantly increased the capacity of the property. The township had subsequently also approved permits to add bedrooms in addition to those were created without the necessary permits. How could the township approve such an application when the original renovations may or may not have met building code standards and inspections? In that same telephone conversation as well, the documentation I received from the township in March, it was presented as the proposal was for minor variations. Even before the permit was requested, this property was well beyond the entitled gross floor area. How can the township even consider such an application when the proposal is anything but minor given the size of the waterfront and property itself? By doing so, wouldn't it be compromising its own bylaws? What about the environmental impact of the proposed application? What about the resort's septic system? Is it to code, and has it been expected relevant to this proposed application? It is my understanding that unlike the previous owners, there is no management personnel on site. I have noticed increased amount of boating as well as noise levels from prior years. With no on-site management, this poses a serious concern. Essentially, there is no oversight, never mind concern for cottagers in the immediate area of the resort. The current management format would appear to be more like that of a short-term rental as opposed to that of a resort. I have further concerns about the numerous fire pits on the property that I understand are new. With no supervision on site, this could be dangerous as there are periods of time when fire hazards increase and guests of the resort likely would not be aware and/or disregard the no burning requirements during these times. That puts the immediate vicinity at risk. Has the owner provided the necessary water to extinguish the fire in the pits? How would this be monitored to assure the safety of guests as well as immediate neighbors? Further, the resort has provided the fire pits but no wood for the fires, suggesting that the immediate woods near the resort could be used for wood collection. The immediate wooded area is private property. This suggestion is totally unacceptable. This application is based on renovations that have already been done without the township's permission. This applicant needs to understand that there is a process that always needs to be followed. The township, for its part, needs to honor its own bylaws and bring this application into compliance with existing bylaws and decrease the capacity of usage of this site for all the reasons outlined in this letter. Mayor Kelly, in his recent letter, references the updating of zoning bylaws, which applies to all properties in the township and regulates how land and buildings are used, their location and height, lot coverage, and other provisions for responsible development. This statement needs to be actualized in the case of this application. Please share my concerns with the mayor, councillors, and Bryce Sharp, the manager of planning. Regards, Marie Deans, 1036 Tom Row Road. A number of concerns were raised at the initial public meeting that are important to speak to. On-site management. In the original public meeting, concerns were raised that the resort was operating without the presence of on-site management. This concern was exacerbated by the fact that the original application sought to remove the office from the existing building labeled Housekeeping Unit Number 11. The revised application seeks to retain the previously existing office and seeks to dedicate what was historically been characterized as a dwelling within this same building to staff quarters for full-time on-site management to reside. This is a 2-bedroom unit that is not to be available to the traveling and vacationing public. The number of bedrooms on the property was called into question, and in particular, if the number of bedrooms has increased since as-built development. Since the original public meeting, township staff were given permission to enter the buildings on site. I have been able to confirm that the number of bedrooms on site is 32. 2 of these buildings were added through as-built development. Staff had also raised concerns regarding the proposed number of additional units on site. The applicant and agent have amended the application to no longer propose units 12, 13, and 14, but still seek to recognize the additional 2 as-built units, being Housekeeping Unit Number 11 and the Accommodation Unit, which is the tent on site, the dome. The accuracy of the gross floor area values prior to as-built development and post-as-built development were called into question. Since the original public meeting, staff have received surveys that have been signed by an Ontario land surveyor confirming the conditions on site in both instances. The agent has confirmed that the intended operation and public availability of the resort is to be year-round and that the property will remain in single ownership and has no current plans to condominiumize. The table displayed on the screen is available on page 261 of the agenda package and is included in the staff report. For planning staff, the main exercise in evaluating this proposal has been to determine if the density of the resort is appropriate to the lands which it operates and sits upon. Staff conducted a thorough review and conducted an analysis which considered some existing resorts in the area. This exercise helps to add some quantitative analysis and data and has contributed to staff's determination that the site currently has less frontage per unit than that of other resorts in the area, and that it would not be appropriate to add additional units to the site. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that exemption A in part to recognize the as-built development of an accommodation unit, the dome or tent, and a housekeeping unit number 11 on an undersized lot be denied. Further, staff recommend that exemption D to recognize as-built housekeeping unit number 11 to be within the required side yard setback be denied. Staff further recommend that exemption A in part to recognize the as-built development of new sun decks attached to housekeeping units on an undersized lot be approved. And that exemptions B and C to permit housekeeping unit number 1 and an attached sun deck to be within the required side yard setback be approved. And lastly, that exemption E to permit an increase in the maximum permitted development allowance be approved, subject to the following. That the draft bylaw be revised to preclude the as-built accommodation unit, dome/tent, and housekeeping unit number 11, 12, 13, and 14, and accordingly to update the numerical gross floor area value to reflect the removal of these units from the proposal. The proposed development be made subject to site plan control, and a satisfactory site plan agreement be entered into and registered on title, along with securities to implement a satisfactory renaturalization plan prepared by a qualified professional for retention of vegetation and plantings to the satisfaction of the township, among other matters, and any necessary revisions be made to accompanying schedules of the bylaw. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder, for that very fulsome report. I believe the applicant's agent, Mr. Evans, is in the room. Thank you. Yes, you welcome, Mr. Evans. Your name, address, and we give you 5 minutes.
John, thank you. Sorry, Murray Evans, planning consultant for the proponent. 9212 Suite 1, Richmond Hill, Ontario is my office. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and good to see everybody again. As you recall, I was here at the public meeting. There were some very stern and meaningful comments made at the meeting by council members, staff in their report, and certainly members of the public. And that, as Ms. Crowder just identified, that has caused I'll call it significant changes to the application before you. As Ms. Crowder identified, there was to be 3 units added into what I call the administration building. It's the building at the far side of the property that houses where the caretaker suite will be housed if this were to proceed. So there's 3 units there, plus the dome or the tent, as we call it. So there was to be a net increase of 4 units on the site. And clearly, if I can recall the discussions and the comments I've had with staff, there seem to be 3 issues, primarily 3 issues here in my take of it. One is I'll call it the activities that took place without a building permit or the appropriate approvals. And is there a perception that by approving this, there's some kind of atonement or granting of, I'll say, inappropriate behavior and supporting that activity? So that's clearly the work should not have been done. We all know that, and that's through, and it's going through or it's just finished the process through the legal proceedings. What we do have is some renovations to some aging buildings, and I think they are beneficial to the site. They have added a grand total of 2,000 square feet to the site, and that's over the 8 units that were upgraded. So roughly on average about 160 to 200 square feet per unit. And what that was just primarily the enclosure of a patio area. So I would offer that the size and scale is very minimal over the course of a 7.2 acre property. Second issue, as you heard from Ms. Crowder and what you've heard from the letters of objections, and I suspect you'll hear again in moments, is the overcrowding of the site. So consequently, we have withdrawn or modified the application to withdraw the 3 units in the administration buildings, thereby reducing the units that would be added. And my client, seeing the staff report and dare I say, seeing the writing on the wall, is agreed to remove the dome and glamp. So that's new. That was not in our revised application. That is a suggested modification to our application at this very point. So the net process before you today, as amended, would be just simply the addition of a dwelling unit within the existing administration building. There's a rental unit in there right now that was originally approved many years ago as a dwelling. And my client would like to add one more unit, which would be solely for the use of the on-site staff. And you heard from many of the letters of opposition that there needs to be more control, and this will be one step in the ability to provide a greater guidance and control on site by having not just staff on site, but having them there 24 hours a day. And Ms. Crowder, hopefully we'll be able to test that. Yesterday, within an hour, we are able to have Ms. Crowder come out to the site and have a tour of the various units so she could assess the bedroom conditions. So there is that on site now. And the last issue I would call is being a bad neighbor, just boorish behavior by the guests, the patrons. And we hope there we will establish a program through having on-site staff, through additional site plan control measures, such as you heard from Mr. Birch's concerns, fencing, additional landscaping, signage to deter people from leaving the site. We've redistributed the uses to move the activity centers away from the water. So you've heard about the athletic court, which is farther away from the water. The fire pits, which you've heard, are not, they haven't been installed, so they will be worked through the site plan. So the issues about safety and maintenance, we can deal with that as surface area. So we try to move the activities away from the water to mitigate or soften this over use issue. So we believe that the application is far superior. We know we have some work to do with the site plan. We will plant and vegetate the property to, I guess, help the environmental issues about the shoreline protection. We've already put that on the table and provided a plan. So
Mr. Evans, you are at your 5 minutes.
Can I just wrap it up with one sentence? So I'm here asking that you approve this application with just the one change, and they are the references to housekeeping unit 11 in the first two bullet points in the recommendation, and also in the subsequent bylaw reference. And all that would do is allow the housekeeping, the on-site staff unit to proceed. And again, with regard to intensity of use, I am going to offer that it's not their job to be out there recreating and using the waterfront. It's their job to be there and run the price. So there will be very minimal impact as far as intensity of site. And sorry, wrap it up, and I'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the delegates. In the order that we have here, is Mr. Fauner available? Thank you. So the order will be Mr. Fauner, Mr. Birch, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Mendelcorn. Good morning, Mr. Fauner.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, members of Planning Committee. Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1A4. I'm here representing John Birch, who is a neighboring property owner to the subject lands, and certainly he has significant concerns. And he retained myself to sort of look at the planning matters. This is one I would recognize that there have been some positive changes to the proposal. I'd also recognize, too, that there's a number of supporting policies regarding resorts in the municipality. However, in this case, I believe this is one resort that shouldn't be permitted to be expanded. And in fact, that was the intent of the original comprehensive zoning bylaw 8787 when I was at the municipality as the director of planning. I just wanted to point out that there was a WC1 zone that was created And this was one property that was discussed at the time. As I recall, Margaret Walton was doing the comprehensive bylaw at the time. And it was certainly understood that the property was frozen as far as GFA. Unfortunately, there wasn't a number attached to the square footage or GFA at that particular time, but it was certainly the understanding that the development was frozen. Any additional housekeeping units or any additional GFA would be compensated by a reduction of GFA somewhere else. And I've heard this morning that there's an increase of about 2,000 square feet. So that's easily 2 units. That's even more than 2 units. And certainly was the understanding at the time that that would have meant that a couple of units would have to be removed from the site. I would note too that there was a bylaw in 2000 that was passed, and that was to allow for an additional dwelling. That was to be for a property manager. And I understand now that that dwelling and as well as the original dwelling for the property owner are rented out as housekeeping units. So the number of units is actually increased from when comprehensive zoning bylaw 8787 was considered, which would have essentially frozen the development on the property. And I did note too in my letter that if this happened to be a WC 1A1 as an example, and having 1,000 square feet gross floor area for each acre, you would end up with 7,000 square feet, which is certainly well below the over 11,000 square feet that's on the property. So again, still overbuilt, even if it was put in a WC 1A1 zoning category. The lot size, given the size only 95 feet of frontage, is of great concern. Probably has the smallest frontage in the municipality as far as any of the resort properties go. And that was, the prime limitation or prime motive in 8787 to have the future development curtailed. I would also note the setbacks in the current bylaw, it's 30 feet. And of course, the encroachment is nowhere near that. If one of these units would be removed, this would be the best one to be removed because it would also result in the side yard setback then complying for a unit. But at the very least, it should be taken back to the original encroachment into the side yard setback, which was 9 feet. The shoreline vegetative buffer is something I believe should be further enhanced, and I really think it should be considered at this point in time because I think that's pivotal if the committee is seeking to potentially approve this. And I really think it should be put back to the applicant to provide additional details over and above what's been shown. In terms of cumulative impacts of similar decisions, one could suggest that, well, there's a very unique property, and that's true. It has very little frontage, and who else is going to do the same? My concern is that you have an overbuilt resort and you're allowing it to expand. And there may be other properties that are close or at the limit, and they would then want to seek further expansion. So, and the last thing I'm going to touch on is that, and Mr. Birch will expand on it even more, but I have been there to see, and there's an extensive amount of dockage on this property. It's a very confined bay. Any activity in the water does go out in front of Mr. Birch's property and the one across the bay. So very, very confining. So any increase in the intensity of use of this property is definitely going to impact my client. And so with that, I believe that the matter should either be put back to the applicant to make more revisions. I know they've made some good revisions, but otherwise the application should be denied. So I'm here to answer any questions, and I do appreciate you listening to me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fauner. Mr. Birch. Welcome, and if you can start with your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Greetings to the committee. I'm glad to see you all again. My wife and I own property, 1038 Tom Row Road is our address. My wife and I own property very adjacent to the Pier 100 resort. We've owned this property for over 20 years. We've put a lot of work into renaturalizing our property, including a beach on our property. I also speak here for John Barford, Aubrey Bailey, and Brian Harris, and a number of other islanders from Pewaden Island, and for Patty McMillan. Patty McMillan is a longtime resident of Tom Row Road, a year-round permanent resident there, not a cottager. And she has written a letter which Ms. Crowder referred to, in which she complained of the what has been called firewood scavengers getting onto her land. She didn't know what they were doing. They were just strangers wandering around, and they actually she at one point saw someone cutting down a tree. Now, this was a year or two ago because Patty is now in a nursing home. But I have not had a chance to speak to that many other of the local residents, but I know they are dealing with similar problems, particularly though noise. Those who are closer to the property itself than her actual house is have to deal with exactly the same kinds of noise and disturbance problems that Efren Mandelkorn will be speaking to, because his cottage is much closer than ours to the actual center of that activity. So I would suggest, if nothing else, this entire matter be put aside until someone has gone out and actually done some research talking to the local residents. It's an area which gets a lot of traffic on Highway 118. It is not an easy driveway to come in and out of. It's dangerous. One has to be very careful, and I can speak from experience on that. And I think that those kinds of concerns and the increased traffic in and out that the neighbors there will be having to deal with is definitely something that should be a concern. I'll be glad to take more questions about that. I also want to talk briefly about cabin number 1, or cabin 10, I think it may appear at various times. It's the one that encroaches on our property. They could have left that cabin untouched. It was grandfathered in. It was 9 feet removed. The enclosure was 9 feet removed, or in fact, the deck was 9 feet removed, as I recall, from our property line. They could have just left it there because it was grandfathered. It was legal non-complying structure. They didn't, however. They chose to remodel it. That makes it subject to today's bylaws. Today's bylaws require 30-foot setback. End of the story. Why staff is recommending to allow them to keep that, I do not understand, to be quite frank. I would love to discuss that some more too, because I think there are other choices here. Finally, I want to get to what is one of my most important issues, and I think perhaps most important to members of this committee, because it relates to the official plan and the fact that the official plan has never really been tested, has never been implemented yet, and it's in the abilities that it provides to the township to really bring in environmental concerns to issues of the sort of this that are here in this application. I had raised that issue back in April, and I thought it was being treated. I thought it was one of the items on the list of things that the planning staff and or the applicant were going to be preparing some information on. I have found that that's not the case. We arrived up here for the summer a week or two ago, and in that time, when I realized that item somehow was being ignored, I have finally made contact with an environmentalist who helped us restore our beach about 10 or more years ago. He's very busy, has not had a chance to come out and look at the property again, but he has given me an email, which I can.
Mr. Birch, you are coming up to your 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I would be glad to share what he has said, because I think it's very relevant. The point of what he has said and what I want to make now is that nothing should be done on this until we have done a complete environmental study. And I'm not talking about a huge environmental impact study. I'm talking about something that is called for in the official plan. It's much simpler, I believe, but we have a chance to set some precedents here in exactly how that is done. I hope that I will have some questions and can say perhaps a bit more about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birch. Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
Ken Pierce on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association and the Friends of Muskoka. Just referring back to our July the 3rd letter, This applicant owns and operates 7 other small resorts in Ontario, and that was in the letter. This is Pier 100 is number 8. If anyone should know better about planning approvals, building permits, occupancy permits, and now I realize that you don't build on other people's land, it's this gentleman. I think he should do better. 2 comments, issues, requests. One is the maximum number of bedrooms, and number 2 is unit number 1 or cabin 10, as Mr. Birch referred to. On the number of bedrooms, there are currently 29 bedrooms, I think. After hearing staff, I think it was 32, but there's 3 coming out. Anyway, we need to get to the bottom of the number of bedrooms, and I think it's 29. So let's start with that. And the applicant has said he has not added any new bedrooms. So if that's the case, I think we should hold him to that, and I think that's only fair. There is precedent for this. Gravenhurst did this in connection with the Taboo Resort expansion last year. It's a very simple fix. It will be simple to enforce as well. You just go on the Lakefront Resorts website. I did that yesterday. You look up Pier 100 amongst the other 7 that there are, and you can see what units there are and how many bedrooms are available for rent on a per unit basis. So if going forward, bedrooms are added, enforcement staff will be able to determine that very, very quickly. I think as we've learned from this, lot coverage doesn't really is not terribly helpful when it comes to resorts. Gross floor area, as we see, we're struggling with here. And so I think, these are sort of proxies for intensity of use. I think number of bedrooms and limiting the number of bedrooms and having a maximum going forward would be extremely useful. Unit number 1, cabin 10, whatever you want to call it, the sun deck the applicant added to this unit is not only further within the setback, and of course, as we've heard, it's now 30 feet. It used to be about 9 feet, 9 feet 8 inches from the property line, and it's now on Mr. Birch's land. The new decking has been extended even further. The applicant is suggesting a 6-foot setback, not even the previous 9-foot 8-inch setback, let alone the 30-foot setback now required. We suggest one of 2 things: either move the building or remove it. The unit, as I said, either move it back 30 feet or demolish the darn thing. He's supposed to be bringing the property more into compliance, not less. And by his own account, from his planner, he's added 2,000 square feet of GFA. If you remove cabin 1, my calculation is it's about 746 square feet. So about a third of what we're talking about here, if you did something with that cabin. As we've heard, there's not supposed to be any new net GFA. If you add GFA somewhere, you're supposed to take something away somewhere else. And as we've heard, very, very concerned that this is precedent setting. Your new official plan, section N3A and B, makes this very clear. It was certainly in the previous official plan, but it's crystal clear now that these are sort of precedent setting situations. There are a lot of these smaller resorts, a lot of resorts in general, and they're all watching what's happening. And this would be precedent setting in my view. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Our final delegate is Mr. Mandelkorn. Is he on screen? Very well.
Hi, everyone. Will you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Mandelkorn.
Hi there.
If you could give us your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, from Mandelkorn, 2683 Muskoka Road. I'm the direct neighbor to Pier 100. Thank you for having me. I'm the direct neighbor, so I'm significantly affected by this decision. And I want to just have a few minutes to tell my story. In spring 2023, I'm the neighbor, so I saw frequent construction to the cottages next door, the glamping tent and the sauna structure, introduction of fire pits. All this was done by non-Muskoka foreign workers who were hired. I don't think Muskoka workers would have done this without a permit. As a result, the following summer, 2023, there was now loud music, noise late at night, reports of fist fights on the property, and trespassing on my dock, and sport court and property. So I want to address a couple things in the report. The glamping sun deck, I think I'm pleased to hear this will be removed. This is obviously an overt increased usage and increasing a whole family per weekend or week on site. And I'm happy to see this will be removed. The septic issue, I want to confirm that the MECP and building department will ensure the septic has been appropriately dealt with before any building permits are issued. And this is an important issue for me, obviously, as a direct neighbor. But the main topic I want to cover is management oversight. I understand this is not often in the jurisdiction of a zoning bylaw, but I also understand it can be, and it has been included in your report. So I want to address it. I think it's fair game, and I want this committee to, I want to ask this committee to please include a requirement for on-site management 24/7. This was in your report in section F3.4.2 of the Township Official Plan, that in-person management shall be available on-site in order to respond to complaints, deal with emergencies, and assist guests and visitors. It's quoted in section F3.3.2.3, which states that resort accommodation units shall be operated by central management with presence on site, and the township zoning bylaw defines a tourist resort as needing an on-site management. I understand that bylaw enforcement will continue to be able to address noise and lack of on-site management, but I am trying to be proactive. Having to be woken up by loud music or noise or lights or fires or fights, to have to send an email to enforcement frequently now, or is not an enjoyable thing for any neighbor, and I'm sure you would feel the same. Even 2 weeks ago, June 29, 2024, I sent a video around to many of you on this committee. I'm happy to share if you'd like to see it yourself, of a flashing light show, thunderous music reverberating throughout my cottage walls at 12:30 a.m. after midnight. I had to walk over to Pier 100, face a bunch of strangers who were likely drinking, worried about fist fights I heard about last year. Where was the management who they claim is there, who allowed the music to blare from 5 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. unabated? Keep in mind, the owners are under the microscope now. You would think that they would be extra cautious to comply. How egregious is this? This is just one cottage. Can you imagine if there are 11 rented out? I have raised concerns about the fire pits, as they only promote outdoor late noise and partying. Is it really necessary to approve of 11 new fire pits when we all know this will just create a louder, less controlled, more chaotic environment? The report that was submitted states management 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the reality is that most of the issues of management relate to late night noise. They need 24-hour management, not finishing at 7 p.m. And they have management now and last summer, but they don't do anything. The current managers don't speak English very well. They don't give any direction to the renters. Even 2 weeks ago, on June 29, I asked the loud renters, and they said they got no direction. Mr. Robert Kennedy emailed me last week and stated, quote, I did speak to the owner in regards to the noise complaint, and I can confirm that I was informed there is 24/7 on-site management. But your report on page 13, bullet point 3, states, quote, the agent for the application has conveyed that management is on site daily from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So which is it? Is it what the owner told the report or what he told Robert Kennedy? Is it 7 to 7 or 24/7? I'm worried this is all smoke and mirrors, and I'm worried that once you approve of this, without clearly stating a 24/7 management requirement that's actually looked at and monitored, then nothing will change for me on the ground. We heard today about bad neighbors. I'm sorry, but this is much worse than just bad neighbors. We are all sitting here spending time on this issue because of bad neighbors. And I'm concerned that bad neighbors will not go forward with proper management once this is approved. Last point, I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to say this, since with 11 cabins and 50, 60 guests on a weekend, I can't do this on my own. I need your help. And I'm here today to ask you as a committee that represents the Muskoka community to help me. I turn to you all to protect your constituents, to maintain the tranquility and beauty of Muskoka, and help your fellow neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mann. Committee. Yeah, we can do that. Mr. Evans, if you'd like to respond to some of those points.
Thank you, sir, and I will be brief, and you can hear from both Mr. Birch and Mr. Mandelkorn. It's meaningful, it's sensitive, and things need to be changed. So I accept that, and I appreciate their input. If I could talk about the bad neighbor and boorish behavior. So I've mentioned all of the I guess, physical elements we can strive to put in, such as fencing, more planting, certainly around the perimeters, signage to direct people away from other people's properties, a management handbook, guidebook. All of these things can be coordinated through a site plan process. But what I will pledge here to do, and we tried to do it with Mr. Birch this week, I will give you the owner's personal telephone number. So Mr. Mandelkorn, at 12:30 in the morning, if evil activities are happening, he can call him and wake the owner up out of bed. And I will give that number to Mr. Birch as well. So and we'll give the number of the people who will be on site 24/7, so I can confirm that. The 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. was before we knew we were going to move people in on site permanently. So we will make sure that Mr. Mandelkorn, Mr. Birch have both of those numbers. So if there's anything going on that's untoward, they can call directly to people. They do not have to bother your bylaw enforcement staff. So we will do absolutely everything we can and to help out with that regard. If I can just speak to some of the other matters, and again, with regard to Mr. Mandelkorn, through the discussions with staff, if we want to get rid of the fire pits, we'll get rid of the fire pits. It's not a deal breaker. It's something, it was put in to encourage people to stay around their cottage and their unit. If that's a problem to our neighbors, we'll stop. We don't need to put that in. I'll leave that into, staff, but we're prepared to take that out if that is being seen as a concern. If I can just speak to, again, there's the issue about, so if we're back to just the one unit, and that's a caretaker suite. So I would offer that there will be limited increase of activity, if any, than what's been on the site. Hopefully with some site design improvements, a site plan approval, some environmental improvements around the waterfront, we can create an improved situation. We've heard two comments about building number one. We're certainly going to cut that deck back. And as you saw in the staff report, it should not have been built certainly on somebody else's property. That's completely wrong. But we can certainly make an appropriate setback to that particular unit. If I can just, one last comment. Yes, there's an extra about 2,000 square feet spread out over all of these units. That activity, aside from the new unit that's being asked for, there are no additional bedrooms being created. So it's a nice statement to say, yes, you get 2,000 square feet, so knock out a building, but there's no really additional rental opportunities. And the harsh realities, my client's trying to run a business. He's done a lot of bad things in an inappropriate way, but he's trying to run a business. So knocking down a unit and reducing the rental opportunities does not achieve anything, particularly when that level of increase in floor space doesn't materialize in what I would suggest additional intensity of use. They're basically deck areas that have been enclosed and they're now sitting areas. So same number of people, same number of families or people will be attending on the site. So it's important for us to retain the number of units as best we can, but to try and be better neighbors by making sure side yards are implemented, that where there's constraints, that we plant trees or fences to offset it. And most importantly, that we impose these measures to ensure that we can provide as good a control as possible for the patrons of this building so they can enjoy the amenity, but not disturb other people. I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions, be pleased to answer them if I can.
Thank you very much. Committee, before I open up for questions, I just will remind committee that what we're dealing with here is a planning issue. We have had numerous, as have been clearly stated, that we've got, buildings being built without permits and without planning permits. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the planning application in front of us. So let me start off with questions from committee. I think Councillor Mazin, Councillor Zavitz, and Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and through you. I suspect there's going to be, I will try not to do my entire list of questions because I suspect that a lot of us have shared. So I'm going to focus mine on 2 or 3, depending on the responses. The first one is to talk about the on-site management. There was a lot of information. I was trying to pull together these pieces to understand how, I guess this is directed to staff, how can we define appropriately what is on-site management look like? So that it is a clearly understood and enforceable practice for any resort.
Councillor Bazin, would you like that
Staff.
an answer from staff? Thank
Yeah,
you.
please.
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Council Mazan. Thank you for the questions. Great question. The official plan and the zoning bylaw don't specifically define on-site management. So in this case, an option before committee is to recommend that a definition specific to this property for on-site management be included in the bylaw. We've done that in a few different cases for a few different definitions, but if you wanted to clearly lay out what the expected intent is of on-site management, we could revise the bylaw to include a specific definition. I would suggest that on-site management is meant to be there at all times to tend to any questions that come in, to advise people of our bylaws and rules and where the limits of the resort are and such, and to respond to any concerns and, potential behavior that isn't appropriate. However, I did want to point out that I don't think we could include specific times that the management would have to be in operation. I don't think the bylaw, it's within our jurisdiction or abilities to enforce that it must be from 7 to whatever time. However, I think by nature, on-site management is meant to be on-site at all times. So it's kind of a bit of a tricky one, but I think we could form a definition that sort of lays out more clearly what the intention is and what that is to mean.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. And further to Ms. Crowder's points, if I could just clarify, I believe the proposal now has been amended to include a staff quarters unit. And perhaps Ms. Crowder, if you could just confirm which specifically or which specific unit or building is intended to function for that purpose. And then I'll just go on. I've got a few other things I wanted to say.
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Oh, sure. Just going to share my screen. Would you like to see the site plan, Councillor Roberts? Is the site plan the figure one? Okay. So the building that we're talking about is the building that's labeled housekeeping unit number 11. It's the building at the east end of the property. Mr. Evans is pointing it out there for everybody. Within this building, there was a site-specific bylaw passed in 2000 that permitted a dwelling to be within this building. The building included a dwelling, which is the top floor of this building. It contains 2 bedrooms, and that habitable space is permitted per that site-specific bylaw. The as-built unit within this building is on the main floor. So I heard Mr. Evans saying something a little bit different, so I would be looking to him to confirm, but staff's understanding is that the upper floor is what would be maintained as the on-site management space, not the unit on the first floor. That's the as-built unit, and we wouldn't be supportive of that unit remaining. That space was historically used as a games room / it may have been part of the office space and was sort of an amenity to the resort and was available to the public. That space has since been converted to an as-built unit, and staff are not supportive of that unit remaining. We'd like to see it brought back to an amenity space for the resort itself. I can also, and maybe this is a good time touch on another sort of caveat of that site-specific bylaw from 2000. It actually permitted this dwelling unit that's in this building as a second dwelling unit on the property. And when staff looked into that further, it's actually come to our attention that the building that's labeled as housekeeping unit number 10 on this plan, which I can point out to everybody if that'd be helpful. Oh, there we go. That is actually considered to be a dwelling. And that was pointed out in a letter that Mr. Fauner had submitted as well. So we'd be looking to the agent to confirm, are you intending that this building remain as a dwelling on site and therefore would not function as part of the resort? Or are you applying to have this be a housekeeping unit that's available to the traveling and vacationing public? My understanding is that the intent is that it be a housekeeping unit available to the traveling and vacationing public. Staff aren't opposed to that because really, if you look at it, this is a resort property and having two dwellings on that property is actually more out of conformity than having housekeeping units that are available for the traveling and vacationing public. And the intensity of use wouldn't actually be changing because you can rent out a dwelling anytime you want. I mean, I know we're talking about short-term rentals later on, but there is no caveat saying that one single family must live here year round. So is the function really changing? The bedroom unit's the same. So I just wanted to clarify that. Sorry to throw in a last minute change here, but there would need to be a revision to the bylaw depending on whether this is going to be a housekeeping unit or stay as a dwelling.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. So just further to what's been discussed specifically with respect to on-site management, the reason I asked Ms. Crowder to, specify which unit is proposed for on-site management, the benefit of having a site-specific bylaw in front of you is that you can impose, certain restrictions. And in this case, one option in front of you may be to specifically identify that building for that unit as staff quarters. Staff quarters is a permitted use within a tourist resort zone. And you could then define what staff quarters means specifically for that property. For example, we could define it in the bylaw such that it is accessory accommodation for a resort manager and their family at any time on those days and within those hours for which the resort is in operation. And therefore, you're implying that that unit is going to be available at all times while the resort is in operation. So that may be something that could be beneficial and that you may wish to consider. Thank you.
Mr. Evans.
Sir, if I could just clarify those matters, the definition of Mr. Sharp just put forward, that would be fine. That's the intent of it. The one matter, again, to clarify, the intent is that number 10 would be a housekeeping unit. So that would be what we've always thought it would be. And the last question is where the staff recommendation before you today and what I have asked for differ relates to the unit in the administration building or housekeeping number 11. We are asking that the 2-bedroom upstairs unit be retained as a rental unit, a housekeeping unit, and that the converted downstairs be the location for the on-site staff dwelling as defined by Mr. Sharp.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Mazin, you have another question.
I have a couple, but just a quick supplemental, if I may. On
Yep.
that. So from staff's perspective, I think I heard that we could include a clearer definition, I guess, of what on-site management could be through the definition of staff quarters. I guess the second question I now have, based upon there's confusion in that administrative building as to the number of units. I'm hearing, I think, from staff that there's an intention for one kind of staff quarter accommodation and the other would be available as a publicly used space for whatever was in there. I just want confirmation because I think I heard something different.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, Council Mazan, thank you. It is a little bit confusing and it sounds like what staff are supportive of and what Mr. Evans is proposing are not the same thing. Staff are supportive of the retention of the upper level of this building, which contains 2 bedrooms. That is historically a legal dwelling. Staff are supportive of that being retained, but instead of being a dwelling, it would now be staff quarters. So it would be dedicated to full-time on-site staff. The downstairs single bedroom is currently being occupied by on-site management, I believe, if I'm understanding correct. We are not supportive of that unit remaining. It sounds like they are proposing something different, but we would want to see that unit removed and returned back to a communal amenity space.
Councillor Mazan, one more question.
Thank you. I will keep it to one. I suspect others have
Yep.
the exact same
We may
questions
come
as I
back, to
do.
it, but
I just want to pick up on something about the fire pits. That was a big concern from a lot of the delegates. I'm hearing you suggest that you'd be willing to get rid of all of the fire pits?
I would, if it's a concern to Mr. Mandelkorn and it's amenable to staff and this committee, we'd be pleased to remove it.
Thank you.
thank you very much, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So, yeah, we'll try to keep it brief as well. Love the idea of removal of the fire pit. So I hope that we're gonna be some straw polling going on here, I'm sure, but if we can capture these thoughts, I think there's gonna be quite a few of them as we try to ratchet down the conditions, because I'd be prepared to move this forward today, given that there are a number of conditions. So I would ask Ms. Crowder, if I might first, can we insist on a fence as a condition of moving this forward today? Can we insist on the creation of a fence that in fact surrounds the property? That certainly deals with one of the issues we've been hearing from our good friends here. That's
Ms.
my
Crowder?
first question, if I might.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Zavitz. Yes, we can include a fence through the site plan control process. We can require that a fence be installed around the perimeter of the property and maintained. I did just want to touch on the fire pits, if I might. My understanding is that these fire pits are not governed by the zoning bylaw. I think there's an understanding here that they are agreeable to removing them. However, I don't think we could prohibit them being put in at a later date unless there's something that could be done through the site plan control process. And I'm just looking to Mr. Sharp for some support here, but I don't think it's something that it's not something we would put in the bylaw, if that makes sense.
Mr. Sharp?
Well, I don't know. I'd have to think on that. I'm the thing is part of me thinks that if the fire pits aren't shown on the approved site plan, that they wouldn't be contemplated. But with that being said, I'm sure there's lots of situations out there where owner has a registered site plan agreement on title and there's no fire pit, but they install one. And I don't think that we would raise issue with that. And perhaps Mr. Pink has some experience in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, through you. I think what Ms. Crowder is trying to say is fire pits are not a building or a structure, so the zoning bylaw can't regulate them. What I would suggest, it seems like the community, the applicant and council wish to have them removed. We can certainly require that they're not shown on any zoning sketch attached to the bylaw. That would help with clarity and certainty going forward. Staff can deal with that through the site plan control process. Perhaps in that agreement, the applicant's willing to include a provision that they agree not to install X number of fire pits. Seems like they may be agreeable to such a condition, but I think what Mr. Sharp and Ms. Crowder are trying to express to you, it's not really something that we could prohibit per se. It's not really under our authority.
Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz, second question or supplemental?
Yeah, thank you. And through you. So I would certainly agree that we need to capture that essence of what, our director has just told us so that we can ensure that, I know if you build a nice stone fire pit, I have one and it's huge and it's big and people sit around these stone. It's a fairly large piece of structure. So if you can have 9 of these, I'm not sure the enormity of these on site, but I think the idea is more to helping out with controlling of the activities inside a fenced area, you know, and there's one fire pit, not, you don't need 9 and all the noise and all the things that we're hearing are as a result of that. So that would be certainly my thought, to capture the sense of what David has said. The only other question I would have, again, to Ms. Crowder. So I'm wondering why you didn't sort of drill down in your report to discuss it seems like there's an increase in either the number of units and or space that they're coming forward with that Mr. Fauner referenced. Did you feel it was not relevant to your recommendations? I didn't really see where you dealt with that.
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Bosemuth, Councillor Zavitz. I think that in our analysis and through our research, there was a lot of discussions about GFA, gross floor area, and what existed prior to as-built development and what's being proposed. And ultimately, it becomes quite difficult to prove what the GFA was of this legal non-complying development. It's been here for a long time, and there was an application in 2018 where Planscape had come up with a number, but it wasn't verified by, you know, a surveyor or, and at that time it was a 2018 report. When were those values taken? So it became very difficult to pin down GFA count. However, the number of units and the number of bedrooms, that's something that we can pin down and know is factual. I think it is important to touch on the whole, you know, different zoning of these waterfront resorts. And, you know, there's WC1A 4321 and, well, WC1. And I'm going to do my best to explain it, but Mr. Pink has got it on lock, so I'm going to try, but so in 87, there were a number of resort zones brought into place, and the zoning was applied to a property based on the lake it was on, the size of the resort, so the acreage and frontage, and the accessibility. Is it on a public year-round maintained road? Is it on a highway? You know, is it water access only? I don't think we have any of those, but you get my point. And zoning was applied. The intent has, my understanding is that council wanted to oversee these resorts quite closely. And so the GFA caps, so to speak, were more so, we don't want to prevent you from doing little expansions here and there relative to the size of your resort. But if you're making any major changes, we want you to come before council so that council can oversee what's going on. Originally in 87, there was no GFA cap on WC1 properties, which is the undersized resort property, which is the zone we're dealing with now. And the general provisions of the zoning bylaw would actually have permitted some substantial expansions to the resort between 1987 and 2014, because there was no GFA cap put into that zone. In 2014, it was kind of acknowledged, okay, we've got this GFA cap, so to speak, for these larger resorts, but not this small one. So we need to pick a value that's less than the WC1A1 resort. So that cap was 1,000 square feet. We'll put 500. Makes sense. But I think what's important to understand in that is that the intention was not to freeze and never have anything happen to this resort ever again. It was more so, if we're going to increase GFA, council wants to be a part of that decision and wants to have some say in what's going on, because it is an undersized resort. So we want to make sure that expansions are responsible. I think what's important to note here is the GFA increase that staff are supportive of is expanding rooms that exist today. It's not adding any new bedrooms to housekeeping units 1 to 10. Where there are units proposed to increase is within that building. That's housekeeping unit number 11 is labeled as, and the dome and tent. Staff are not supportive of any new units. However, given the intent and the history of the 87 and those zones, I don't think the intent was to prohibit a sun deck from from being enclosed to make the kitchen bigger or to make the sitting room a bit bigger. So that's my understanding. I hope that I've explained that. I'm looking at David, but if there's any questions about that, I'd be happy to expand.
Director Pink, do you dare upgrade that at all?
No, I think Ms. Crowder's done an excellent job. I'm happy with her both to go over the history if that's a concern, but I think to just directly respond to Councillor Zavitz's question, I think the report does go in depth on both. I think in essence, what we're saying is staff's comfortable with a modest increase in GFA. We're not comfortable with any increase in unit size or bedroom counts. I think the only other little piece that perhaps was missing in Ms. Crowder's response, but is in the staff report, is some perspective or relation to waterfront residential zones. And it really, in essence, highlights, I think, some of the concern with that 500 square foot placeholder. And really that's what it was. And what Ms. Crowder was saying was really necessitated an application to review. So if this property was 1 acre, and we recognize the frontage is quite deficient, but on 1 acre, it would be allowed 500 square feet. But an adjoining waterfront residential property, and that's 500 square feet GFA, so all stories. The neighboring 1 acre waterfront residential property is allowed 10% lot coverage. So a footprint of about 4,400 square feet and could be multiple stories. And I really don't think that's, given official plan policies that are pretty supportive of resorts, in my opinion, and supportive in the sense of maintaining them and allowing them to be economically viable. I think allowing an owner to rebuild aging units to revitalize them and add some modest square footage. Again, I think what Ms. Crowder is saying is staff's and the report is we're generally supportive of that, but we want to be very careful given the lack of frontage not to increase users, i.e. bedrooms, unit counts. And that's what we try to highlight in our report and recommendation. So I hope that helps.
One more question, Councillor.
Thank you, through you. So, yeah, and the dialogue and discussion is very helpful. And, it does indicate my earlier point. We're here, we should personally, I think we should get going on this, but we should, this is our opportunity to really make the points known, ratchet this thing down, get as much as we can for the neighbors and within our bylaws and, call it a day.
I wanted to speak that up. Mr. Fawner raised his hand. I don't.
Did he?
allow that.
We had more questions. Mr. Roberts? Councillor Roberts?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, some good information received there. The Ward B councillor has been working on this for about a year, and we do have a series of questions, but one has just come up that Ms. Crowder brought up, and I'm wondering if we could ask Mr. Fawner to come in and comment on the history of the gross floor area.
Very well. I think that's not a bad idea. Mr. Fawner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak just a few moments. Just wanted to point out a couple things, and Emily did a good job of going over the general aspects and the general history. There were a couple of things. The standards that were put in were based on the fact that the official plan had a policy in it regarding limited expansion. So that's why things were, fairly restrictive in bylaw 8787. Is that, again, they were trying to implement that particular official plan policy. But one of the things that I don't have the information on, and I can't look back on it, I believe that the definition or the provisions applying to non-complying structures, I think has been loosened up a little bit in recent years. I think was fairly restrictive in the original bylaw 8787. So one of the reasons why there may not have been a GFA attached is it was felt that all of these structures would be legal non-complying, and any changes to those would require approval from the municipality. So that may have been a reason for not having the GFA there. The other is lot coverage does not seem to be appropriate for the resorts. Given the fact that they have a maximum height of 45 feet, they can certainly have a huge amount of GFA and a huge number of units. So it's tough to compare sort of the lot coverage provision for residential versus waterfront commercial. The lot coverage is, if you worked it out, is certainly less on the resorts, but that's how it was worked out, and it was purposely done. The GFA was done in consultation with resort owners. I don't know about this particular owner, but Mary Morose, who was a planner many years ago, she was representing the resort owners, and she definitely had input with the GFA, and that's what was agreed upon at the time. And the last point I'll make is that there were tables of resorts and their available GFA for future development. And unfortunately, I made the request to staff probably about 3 or 4 years ago for those tables, and nobody's been able to locate them. I have not gone to Margaret Walton or Planscape whether they have a copy, but it would be very interesting to see on those tables as to what was put down for potential development for Pier 100, because that was put in a table for each resort at the time. And certainly some of the larger resorts obviously had greater development potential. But I'm pretty sure if we were to look at those tables, I think it would have noted in there that future development proposal or development potential on Pier 100 was 0 GFA. So I'm just making those points. I'm not proffering any further opinions here. I'm not going to take advantage of that, but just to try and give you a little bit more background.
Thank you, Mr. Fawner. Mr. Roberts, do you have other questions?
Yes, I do, and thank you very much. And Councillor Mazan has asked a couple of them, so I'll just add a point to that. That's it. And I'm sure Councillor Edwards has some questions as well. But on the dedicated on-site staff, I ask staff to include in that just the roles and responsibilities of the dedicated staff. Is that possible?
Yeah, Ms. Crowder, would that be possible?
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Roberts. Yep, I think we could amend the definition to include what the roles of on-site management are. I think that would be easy enough to do. We just need to take another look at the definition that Mr. Sharp had proposed, and I think maybe we'd be looking to see. We can certainly do our best to draft something up, but if you have specific ideas in mind of what those roles and responsibilities would be, we could talk about those and come up with something.
Thank you. And then on the other point that Councillor Mazan brought up on the fire pits, I encourage the agent to and the owner to review our burning bylaw because the burning bylaw has some pretty strict regulations on wood burning fireplace pits, and also consider like Touchstone has done is they have one central fire pit that is managed by the on-site people. So that's that. So we've talked enough on the 16% increase on the gross, and I look forward to anything that we can do there to in the future report to
Councillor Roberts, you have some questions?
Yes, I sure do.
Comments, please.
There's numerous beaches in North America that have rules to protect shorelines. The site plan will ensure that shoreline buffer is enhanced. Given the very small waterfront and assumed increase of waterfront usage, could a condition of approval be an annual inspection of the shoreline buffer? That's question.
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. Yes, so as part of the site plan control process, what staff are recommending is that a fulsome revegetation plan be prepared by a qualified professional. I know that there was a plan submitted with the application. Personally, I'd like to see it enhanced and a new one submitted by a qualified professional. But we would incorporate a revegetation plan that staff are agreeable to, and within a site plan agreement, we can include a provision for annual monitoring of the said buffer up to however many years committee may like. So I'd leave it for you for the specifics, I guess, how many years, and if it is an annual inspection that you'd like to have done. Typically what we would do in that case is we would ask the owner to submit photos of the plantings, but if committee feels strongly, then we could have a staff member go out and look at the buffer each year.
Thank you. And another question.
One more.
I have a okay. So I'd like to have a question for the chief building officer, if I could, if
Yes.
he's online.
Yes, I am online. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yes, your
Mr. Schneider, and through
question,
you.
Ms. Councillor
Yeah.
Roberts?
Yes, thank you. Assuming Pier 100 has 10 cabins and each cabin has 3 bedrooms, how many people, and clarification, i.e. how many heads on pillows per cabin can the current Pier 100 sewage system handle?
Thank you. And through you, the building code, let me first express that the system on this property is under jurisdiction of the MECP. Having said that, the building code occupant loads for any of these buildings would be 2 persons per bedroom unless specified otherwise. So based on your assumption of 30 bedrooms times 2, pardon me, was it 30 bedrooms?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. There are currently 32 units, bedrooms, sorry, on site. Staff are only recommending support of the 30.
Thank you.
All right, so 30 units.
2 persons per sleeping room is the building code provision for occupant load. Again, through our processes, let me just clarify a little bit further. We would not have jurisdiction over the sewage system, but through the permitting process would ensure through conversation and discussion with the applicant and the MECP that the system be sufficient to support the proposed development, whatever that may be, whatever committee may determine, in advance of issuing any building permits for the improvements proposed on site. I hope that satisfies the question.
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for your tolerance. I have 2 other questions.
Very well.
Thank you. To the applicant or the agent of the applicant, what will the owner do to ensure that cabin sleeping counts do not exceed the specific head count that the chief building officer just suggested?
Mr. Evans?
Through the chair, I would expect that the sleeping counts or bedroom counts will be delineated or stated in the implementing zoning bylaw. Staff can confirm that. And also that would be shown on the site plan. So both of those would have regulatory power, shall I say.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess that was a suggestion to staff. And finally, my question, right now, is that, and given that the pool could help directly reduce the intensity on the waterfront, would the owner or consider installing a swimming pool, was mentioned in the report, behind the housekeeping units?
Again, through the chair to Councillor Roberts, my client has looked at that as part of our discussions with staff to try and lessen the emphasis of the waterfront. It was found that it's very costly, as you heard from the previous application that was dealt with before this one. That's a much larger site with many more units, and they're having difficulty putting a swimming pool there. There's the ongoing maintenance issue and the cost of it. So he did investigate it and was not supportive of doing so.
Thank you, Chair, for your
Thank
tolerance.
you very much. Councillor Edwards. And then Mayor Kelly.
Yes, thank you very much. I think some of my questions have been answered, but I'll just and not rephrase it. The concerns of the trespassing, you're going to put a fence around, I heard, and that the fire pits would be removed, maybe just one central because of and that especially if there's vacant land on the other side and it's treated for fire. Was there an environmental study done?
through the chair, no, there was not.
Okay.
There was just, as Ms. Crowder indicated, we provided a planting plan to refurbish and enhance some vegetation along the waterfront.
Okay, maybe you could check with the district on that. They're really good at it, and that revegetating waterfronts. And you said you're gonna give the owner's phone number out if there's any problems, which would certainly be helpful
Mr.
in that. And you're gonna have 24/7 on-site management.
Correct, to both.
And you had mentioned about the encroachment being of back to 9 feet rather than the 6 foot.
That
Mr.
would-
Evans?
through the chair, yes, we will rectify that encroachment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor Kelly?
Thank you.
Questions?
Excuse me. Thank you. And through you, I have really just two questions. The first one for Mr. Evans, and then back to you actually with the second one, Mr. Chair, for some clarification on something you said earlier. You have made some offers to sort of comply and work with and build fences and make 24/7 and phone numbers. I'm going to just focus on the phone number one. Do you think, is there value in having that phone number handed out?
Through the chair,
Evans?
through the chair, I would love to have that number if I'm a neighbor. If something evil or something noisy happens, I would be calling them all night long.
But obviously, the next question is that you don't obviously place much value on the 24/7 care
No.
if we have to phone somebody.
No,
in a different-
sorry, through the chair. No, I do not agree with that point. I think there will be people on staff. We will give that number as well. Perhaps the first call would be there. If something is not done to the satisfaction of Mr. Birch or Mr. Mandelkorn, then the call to the owner could happen. I have belts and suspenders.
Fair enough. I struggle understanding why I would want a phone number if you have competent and well-instructed and well-managed 24/7 coverage, if that's truly the intent. But we'll leave it there. No offense to you. I admire your bravery to come in here.
Yeah.
Now,
Mayor Kelly?
question for the chair. You said earlier, we're not here to discuss building without a permit. I assume we're not here to discuss building on other people's property and other issues from the past. We can't unhear them or unknow them. They're going to influence the issues that I'm going to be able to raise when we get to the comment section and the feedback section. And so I just want to make sure I understand what we can do with that information. You can't not hear it. And the question is, so I'm not going to ignore it. That's not a question. That's a statement. I'm not going to ignore it.
Fair enough. Mayor Kelly, what I would suggest that if committee would like, we could ask Mr. Kennedy to update us on the enforcement side of this. It's our planning staff has always told us that when we see an application in front of us like this, you have to almost imagine as if nothing had been done. And therefore it's an open book about what we can do from a planning point of view.
From a purely planning point of view, I agree. But when we're prescribing planning issues or dealing with planning issues based on good faith and sort of an undertaking to do better in the future or build fences that don't exist now, it's hard to ignore previous behaviors that indicate that perhaps the business plan is don't get caught. And that was a question.
Well, it is hard to ignore. I think if there might be methods where we could put extra steps in place that might give us more strength in case of future non-compliance. I think that we could look at that through the planning process. Director Pink?
Thank you, through you. For what it's worth, so that committee is aware, the applicant has paid 100% surcharge on the planning application fees. They're going to pay a significant surcharge on their building permit fees. Charges have been laid, and that is a separate enforcement process. What you have before you is the planning application, and I would urge you to stick with that, but there are consequences to the owner's actions and they are dealing with it. And I will say, in my opinion, there are fairly substantial implications to what they've done.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. I want to go back to, is it unit number 1 or cabin 10? I'm seeking clarification because I've heard a few different things. That it is the one that is currently encroaching on somebody's property. The applicant is suggesting that they would be able to scale back the deck. I'm asking staff at this point, sorry, I'm looking at you, but asking staff. But that only takes it to 6 feet. And this one, I'm asking it as a question, but I'm struggling with this one because, you know, if this were coming before us as a planning application and this was part of the recommendation, the side yard setback has always been something that or my observation, that we've kind of cherished or we've kind of honored. And so I'm wondering if there is an ability for us to, at minimum, get it back to the 9 feet. I guess that's my question. Right?
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mazan. So to clarify, the structure prior to as-built development was, I believe it's 9 feet 8 inches at the closest point to the side yard setback. The as-built development has brought the unit itself and the sun deck closer to the side yard. And the sun deck now encroaches over the lot line, in fact. What the applicant and agent are proposing is that the sun deck be revised to adhere to a 6-foot setback of both the unit itself and the sun deck. Now, committee is well within their rights to say no to that exemption, and they could put that unit back to what that legal non-complying right was, which was the 9 foot 8 inches. It would require construction or demolition of the unit itself. It wouldn't just be removal of the sun deck. So it would require significant work, which is, you know, well within committee's right to ask for. But I think from staff's perspective, the difference here really is 3 feet, because the existing setback was 9 feet approximately, and the setback that they're proposing is 6. So 9 and 6, we're talking about 3 feet here. And the portion of the unit itself that is come that 3 feet closer is fully enclosed. The sun deck itself, the way it's angled, and maybe I'll screen share so you guys can see better. Just bear with me one moment. So I'm going to zoom in. So the unit I'm talking about, I don't know if you can see my cursor at all. Yeah. Is right here. And the sun deck, the way that they're proposing it be altered, I don't know how much use you would actually get out of that high portion that is actually at the 6 feet to the lot line. I would imagine that most of the use of the sun deck is going to be over here, which is at a bit of a greater setback, and a setback that would be permitted as of right per the legal non-complying status of the original structure. What committee can also advise or instruct staff to do, should you like to see this happen, is incorporate some plantings in that side yard on the subject property to create more of a buffer. I will say that the property it's abutting right now is well forested, but we do acknowledge that that property today is vacant. It doesn't have a dwelling on it, and it could be developed with a dwelling as of right at a later date. So, you know, there's a nice forest there now, but we could see that some plantings go in there should you like to see that.
Mr. Sharp. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
no.
Mr. Sharp, you can comment then.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. Just
Supplement.
one quick addition to Ms. Crowder's response. I would just note that Setbacks are measured to the closest point of buildings and structures. I think that makes sense. And you'll note that given the angle of the building relative to the lot line, the setback from other portions of the building is actually slightly greater than the minimum of 6 feet, which has been included in the bylaw and circulated. So I just wanted to make that point for clarification. Thank you.
Councillor Mazza.
Thank you. And there's two parts to my question. The first is it 15 feet side yard setback or is it 30 feet?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, as Councilor Mazan, the required setback in this zone, as it's a resort property, is 30 feet. If this were a vacant lot and you were building anew today. However, this particular unit had a legal non-complying setback of about 9 feet.
And my last question then, just this is a technical, I think I'm hearing from staff that if committee did decide, we could ask them to take it back to at minimum the 9 feet.
Through you, Chair, you could deny the requested exemption for a reduction in the side yard setback. As of right, I think that the owner would have the ability to replace that original legal non-complying setback. So, yes.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. That 9 foot 8 inch setback through the chair, was that the sun deck originally and then was closed in? Or was that the actual outside of a wall? In other words, when they close all these sun decks in, did that move it closer?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Edwards. I'm just sharing my screen. I'm just going to pull up the original prior to as-built development so we can see what the structure looked like before. Bear with me and try not to get dizzy as I scroll through these. So this is what was originally in place. So the orientation of the site plan has changed slightly. So if you can see my cursor, this is the lot line. I'm going along it here. This is the unit. So the sun deck used to be located right here, and the stairs led pretty much right to the lot line. It appears that the unit itself was expanded to enclose that previous sun deck. And then a new sun deck was constructed outward, sort of this area. And just a point sort of adding on to the last one, committee could, if they wished, deny the requested setback for the sun deck and opt to permit it for the unit itself. That's within your right. So I just wanted to bring that point up.
Councillor Edwards.
So then it wasn't legal non-conforming if it was a deck and now it was closed in to be a building. Is that right?
Ms. Crowder.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The unit itself had a legal non-complying setback because it didn't meet the 30 feet. However, the setback of the 9 feet 8 inches, I believe, is the old sun deck. So if that makes sense. So the unit itself was a bit further back, is my understanding, and I'm looking to the agent to correct me.
Committee, I think we have no more questions, and I suggest we take a break and come back at 11 o'clock, and we will read resolution and get into discussion on how to close this. Yeah, I remind everybody there's no discussion of this during the break because we're open on the discussion here. We don't want to have out of committee discussions. Thank you. So that's 10 minutes. We'll be back at 11 o'clock. To the meeting, please. We can have quiet, everyone. Right, folks, we're going to proceed with the meeting here. Counselors, if we could have some quiet, please. Thank you.
You're gonna have to give us a few minutes to amend the rest.
No, I understand that. But we got to see how much. So I do we're just doing this. All right, committee. We've finished the question period. I'm going to read the resolution and we will have some discussion after that about how we might be changing that. It is a relatively long one. So listen carefully. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommended Township Council that in regard to zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 0824, that exemption A in part to recognize the as-built development of an accommodation unit dome/tent in the housekeeping unit number 11 on an undersized lot be denied, and that exemption D to recognize the as-built housekeeping unit number 11 to be within the required side yard setback be denied, and that exemption A in part to recognize the as-built development of new sun-decks attached to housekeeping units on an undersized lot be approved, and that exemptions B and C to permit housekeeping unit number 1 and an attached sun deck to be within the required side yard setback be approved, and that exemption E to permit an increase in the maximum permitted development allowance be approved subject to the following. The draft bylaw be revised to preclude the as-built accommodation unit dome/tent and housekeeping units 11, 12, 13, and 14, and accordingly to update the numerical gross floor area value to reflect the removal of these units from the proposal. The proposed developments be made subject to site plan control and a satisfactory site plan agreement being entered into and registered on title along with securities to implement a satisfactory renaturalization plan prepared by a qualified professional for retention of vegetation and plantings to the satisfaction of the township, among other matters, and any necessary revisions be made to accompany schedule. All right. So from our questioning and delegates, we have a number of issues. I think the issue of number of bedrooms that exist have been, should I say, put to bed by Ms. Crowder. We have the issue of whether we will accept a setback of 6 feet versus 9. There is the overall riding issue of trying to bring it more into compliance. There seems to be general acceptance about the necessity for some definition for on-site management. And the issue of staff, and of course that involves the staff quarters. There was some discussion about removal of fire pits, a suggestion the fence should be all around the property. And then there was the suggestion on annual inspection. Now, Mr. Pink, I think most of these could be included if you want to address about how we might satisfactorily address them. I'll set those out and then we can get into our questions, all right? Or discussion. Director Pink.
Thank you. So prepared during the break amendments to the resolution based on what I believe seemed to be the general consensus of committee, but certainly allow the chair and the committee to confirm what they wish included and not. But quite simply, we can add to the draft bylaw some of the conditions of the approval to the increase in GFA, that on-site management be defined. I think we seem to all heard that and requested that inclusion. Clarification on the conversion of the dwelling unit and one of the other units to a housekeeping unit and staff quarters. And there already is a condition regarding site plan. It refers specifically to plantings and renaturalization. I've added some language regarding fencing and signage. But it is amongst other matters. There's certainly flexibility there for staff to work with the applicant to respond to all the concerns we've heard. And then lastly, with respect to any necessary revisions being made to the accompanying schedules, just added clarification that all fire pits be removed from the schedule, just so that it's clear and not implied as if that was a condition or a requirement. Again, I think the exact placement of any fire pits, if there are, can certainly be dealt with through the site plan process, again, through the other condition. So those are what I've heard. I have not included in my notes during the break, the requirement for annual monitoring, but that can easily be added, or again, it could be included regardless. There's flexibility, but if committee wants that specifically spelled out, I can add that. And then lastly, I think there was also discussion on the setback of the unit number 1 adjacent to the Birch property. Again, if committee wishes not to approve that exemption, that change can be made rather quickly. So.
All right, I open up for discussion, and the first head up is Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. I wonder if we could add a question to limit this for any further development on this property.
Director Pink.
I think look to Mr. Sharp and Ms. Crowder just to confirm, but I believe the zoning bylaw already does essentially do that because of the 500 square foot limit. So they've come forward because of an expansion. Any further expansions, and I believe they'd have to come forward again.
Me. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. That was a significant list of proposed changes or changes to the staff report. Our rule of thumb is that we do all the heavy lifting at the planning general finance meetings. So I propose to my colleagues that we defer this for 1 month. You must remember that, like, this is just not a simple changes we're making. We talked about a lot of things, and to take it to council and then have maybe missed something or a misinterpretation, then we should, I believe we should defer, so we have that. And it's not council's, unfortunately, things that happened. So I think I would ask for a deferral for 1 month to see the staff report before approving it.
Committee, we captured all those things, Director Pink and I. I'd just like a little confirmation from the committee that we are in general agreement, and then we might have some discussion with the applicant as well. But are there some other comments or questions, Councillor Zavitz?
I was just going to say, I think we should proceed with not deferring it for a month. I mean, there is an opportunity at council next month to pull it and whatever.
Councillor Berry.
So I'm just going to go on record as saying, if I was the sole decision maker, I would give this particular applicant nothing more than what they're legally entitled to. Rewarding bad behavior is just not in my books. So asking for a 3-foot exemption, if it was a reasonable person, I'm a reasonable person, I'd say yes. In this case, no. So I would like the planners to go back and make sure that we are giving this applicant absolutely nothing more than they are legally entitled to and grandfathered.
We have any other comments? Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. I guess I have a question about the order of things here. If we're conditioning our approval on certain events, is it is it absolute that, for instance, site plan agreement has to be developed and implemented, plantings get done before any of the other work that comes from any of the exemptions takes place? Can we prescribe this in 2 stages so that somehow applicant comes back and says, look at all the good stuff I've done. I've got a year track record of no noise violation. Because I'm not unlike Councillor Burry, you know, a little concerned that this is a lot of talk. And I'd like to see the action before I make any commitment to grant any kind of extension or any kind of amendment.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair Bosenworth, to Councillor Kelly or Mayor Kelly, sorry. What would typically happen is a condition, so to speak, is that a site plan control, that the subject property be made subject to site plan control, meaning that none of this that they're seeking would be permitted or granted building permits until that site plan control agreement is fulfilled and registered or approved by the township. So all of the plantings would need to be, the agreement would need to be put together that on the number of plantings and such. As far as what staff's recommendation is that certain as-built features such as the unit within that existing office building and the dome be denied. So then it defers back to building and bylaw orders that could, and quite possibly, I think are issued for those structures. And without planning approvals, it then fully becomes the enforcement matter. So I guess maybe I don't know if I've answered that question or, yeah, okay.
If I could get clarification from my understanding, if we get the site plan agreement done, does it have to be, can we ensure that it's fully implemented before we go to this next step, or is it just getting the agreement signed? Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. One of the problems that we would face is that site plan agreement, if I'm following your question correctly, a site plan agreement can't be approved unless the development that's proposed to that agreement complies with the zoning bylaw. So the zoning has to be approved first and then the agreement comes after. And just to make clear, like we take securities, so we would take securities against the plantings for sure. And securities could also be taken against, the installation of the fence, the no trespassing signs. Thank you.
Ms. Crowder?
If I may, thank you through you, Chair, just to add to Mr. Sharp, the agreement itself needs to be approved. That doesn't necessarily mean that the plantings have to be done and in place prior to issuance of building permits. What the securities are taken for is if we don't see that these plantings are being done, now the township has the funds to potentially hire a firm to come in and do those plantings. And the site plan agreement gives us the authority to do that. It doesn't often happen. It's never happened in my personal experience, but that is the purpose of the securities, to ensure that the agreement does get carried out.
Mayor Kelly, does that address your concerns or answer your question?
It doesn't eliminate my concerns. I think it answered the questions that I had. It puts me pretty much in the same camp as Councillor Burry, to the extent that if the applicant were here saying more than just, I'm sorry for what I've done, but here's the steps I've taken. I've built fences, I've eliminated this, I've done that, I've planted things. And I've cleaned up my record of complaints to bylaw enforcement. I'd have a heck of a lot more energy around trying to find a way to help work with them on these other issues. But that didn't happen. And to me, it's more platitudes and promise that frankly, although we're not supposed to mention it, seem to be easily ignored.
Director Pink, any comments?
I think as staff explained, the typical process is to enter into an agreement, and the agreement would contain securities, and those securities would ensure that the works that council is looking for would get included. Alternatively, should you wish, it would, I believe, open up to an appeal period. However, you could withhold third reading of approval until the applicant physically installs the plantings and fencing and or signage and or whatever you wish to see physically completed prior to giving final approval of the bylaw. But I think council should be cognizant that we're likely already in excess of the 90-day period under the Planning Act, and the applicant would be entitled to appeal a lack of decision at that point. I think, again, in our experience, an agreement and mainly financial security is a pretty reasonable security, and it seems to have worked. But again, there was a short period there where the province eliminated site plan control, and for a short period, we required applicants to physically plant the trees before we were comfortable in some cases approving the bylaw. So that is an option for you.
I see a question from Councillor Nishikawa. Welcome, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I've actually been in the meeting since 9. I'm learning the new technology of how to get into the meeting.
All
I
right.
guess. I'm very concerned, like everyone else has said. I could not approve. I have to stick to the existing setback, the side yard setback that was already established. And again, this property has come forward to council a few times, and I'm actually just really surprised that it got to this extent. Much like the mayor and Councillor Burry has mentioned, I'm not comfortable with anything that they brought forward. And I also recognize what David said, that something has to, David did not say that. Recommended that there is a timing that we need to act on. And I would have to turn this application down, and I don't know how to like piece out the parts, I guess. And I think that that's been tried to be written out, but I'm a little uncomfortable even with what we heard earlier. So mostly I would say the side yard setback, because I heard that there might be an appetite for a 6-foot. I would not be in favor of that at all.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, and I appreciated the summary that both of you provided. I think that captured the essence of the previous questions that we've had. The part that makes me like I understand the site plan control, and it can take care of things like possibly the fire pits and the fencing and the signage and the renaturalization. I'm going to take us back to the actual buildings, the built form and the use for a moment, because there were things that I felt like were unclear between staff and the applicant that I think we need to have a comfort of that we're signing off on. And the questions I have are in the one administrative building. There was the dwelling that staff was understanding that the top level would be the now newly defined staff quarters, and with an attached description of what that staff quarter definition or staff on-site management definition actually would mean, and that there would be a removal of the unit downstairs. I didn't get a sense through all of our conversation that there was clarity on that. So that's point number 1. And then point number 2, as it relates to the built form, what Councillor Nishikawa was just bringing up is that there is that side yard setback piece. And I think we probably need to understand as a committee, like, are we comfortable with that 6 feet or 9 feet? And then I guess the third thing is, I think you had said it, that the number of beds we'd put to rest. I'm not sure I'm fully clear. Like, I feel like I've heard the number 29. I think Mr. Pierce brought up. There was a number of 29 was the historical. We're now at 32. But we're now down to 30. And how does this all kind of pull together? Because if GFA isn't going to be the thing we're talking about, and number of beds is, that's my focus.
Right. Ms. Crowder, I know that you can handle both of those questions very well.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Manan. So the first question about the administrative building. What the applicant and agent have applied for and what staff are supportive of are two different things. So what the applicant has applied for is for the dwelling, the existing dwelling in the building, which is the upper floor, to be converted to a housekeeping unit that would be available for rent for the traveling and vacationing public. They then are applying and asking that the as-built unit downstairs, which is a single bedroom unit, that it be converted to the staff quarters for on-site management. What staff are recommending is that the dwelling, which is lawful per a previous site-specific bylaw, which is the upstairs 2-bedroom, that be permitted to remain, but converted to staff quarters, and that upstairs be dedicated to on-site management. Staff are recommending that the downstairs single-bedroom as-built unit be removed and reverted back to an amenity space for all guests of the resort. So I hope that clarifies that. The number of bedrooms, there was a lot of conflicting numbers from different people. I went to the property yesterday and I went in every single building on this property and counted the bedrooms and counted the bathrooms. There are 32 bedrooms on this property today. My research, which pulls information from Municipal Connect, Map Info, so this is MPAC data, a document that was provided to me from the previous property owner, which includes photos of all of the buildings, all concludes that the legal number of bedrooms on this property is 30. 2 have been as built. The one being the downstairs unit in the administrative building and the as-built dome structure, which is a single bedroom structure. So that covered the administrative building and the number of bedrooms. Was there any further, might be forgetting one of your questions if there is.
So that is then captured in this resolution. I think because there's been so much on this particular topic that the recommendations or the denials in the resolution capture what staff is recommending, correct?
Through you, Chair, Councillor Mazan. Yes, with the revisions that Mr. Pink read to committee. So over the break, we created some additional items. Those address the administrative building, sorting that out and the confusion, and also address the conversion of that first dwelling, which is housekeeping unit 10, to be a housekeeping unit.
And then just my final comment then,
Councillor
are you satisfied that you have enough information to come up with a definition of what on-site management is without another having to defer for a future?
I think so. I think we've heard from around the table what it is that the expectation is of this management. And I think that staff have conveyed that while we can't put in specific hour requirements, that the inference or expectation is that they are there all the time.
Thank you.
Director Pink, you have some comments?
Thank you. Through you, maybe just to help clarify with respect to process, it sounds like a lot and it is a lengthy resolution and a lot of moving parts and technical. But just to clarify, to confirm the answer, the resolution that we drafted is aligned with staff's recommendation and the input from committee. Certainly to Councillor Roberts' request, should committee wish to defer, that's certainly an option. However, the draft bylaw staff, I'm very confident, can craft an on-site management definition in the following month. And the draft bylaw will include on-site management definition as well as these changes. And again, those changes are really just removing units, the dome and the additional units that they want. That draft bylaw will be on the council agenda for your review prior to council approval and can be a minor amendment meeting should changes we wish to that on-site management definition. So I think those are the two options for moving forward.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Through to staff, planning staff, on the list that Director Pink listed, did he include the suggestion or the input from the chief building officer that each bedroom can have 2 people?
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. I don't believe it's within our abilities to regulate how many people are in a building through zoning. So I don't know that we could take it that step further. I think what the chief building official was saying is that there are Ontario Building Code regulations which speak to occupancy.
Okay.
But I don't think that that's something that we could incorporate on our side of things.
Okay, just a quick supplemental, please.
Yes.
So in comparison to the short-term rental that we'll talk about this afternoon, it stipulates 2, but that's not a zoning. Correct? That's
Ms. Crowder?
Thank you, through you, Chair. That's correct. That would be a separate, so the short-term rental would be regulated by bylaw. Whereas, yeah.
So my final point on this, I did hear the agent say, or I did ask the agent about limiting heads on pillows. So I would ask that be included somehow, if it can be.
Director Pink.
Thank you, through you. I don't believe you're able to. What you have before you is a zoning bylaw amendment under section 34 of the Planning Act. You can't control the number of people or people. The short-term rental bylaw is a licensing bylaw under the Municipal Act. And that's why we have greater ability to have control, and hence why staff's been encouraging that process for that issue. But you don't have that in front of you here. I don't believe you can control, again, the number of people. It is regulated by the Ontario Building Code and any certificate of approval from the province for the septic system.
Committee, I would like to complete the discussion on the setback of the 6 versus 9 feet. That has some fairly significant implication to the applicants. Can we have either some discussion on how people feel about that, whether we want to enforce the 9-foot setback or the 6-foot setback? And if there's no comments, I wouldn't mind a straw poll on that. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. I think it should be at least minimum 9'8", because that was to a deck, not the building. Now you've got the building within that. If you went back to what it should be without the deck, even, it would be even further, which would help. But it's just a thought. I don't know how wide the deck was. It probably 6 or 8 feet, so that would move it back more. Since the addition has gone on, 1, without a building permit, 2, I think it should be 10 and 30 feet, which would mean moving that unit back, but I'll leave it to the committee. Thank you.
Any other comments from committee on this? All right, let me ask, how many of you would be in favor of denying that exemption and forcing it back to 9 feet? Thank you. No, from 6 to 9, right? Because right now it reads 6. So, all right. So I think Mr. Evans, I wonder if you could have some comments about this. I think we've had a lot of discussion, and I think you can see, and you could perhaps comment which ones are acceptable to you and which ones are not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can see this is a very important matter to a committee, and hopefully I can make life a little easier. We will withdraw in the additional unit in the administration building, which is housekeeping number 11. So that would just be only for the staff building. So as staff have recommended that. So hopefully if there's any issue about that, just trying to resolve a messy issue. So we're trying to do that. So if that, we can take that off the table. And with your recent discussion, I did the quick math. We have no issue reinstating the original setback to the building and the porches. Does that make sense to the unit number 1? So we'll go back. There'll be some demolition going on, bit of a mess and noise, but we'll reinstate it to the setbacks that previously existed, if that makes sense.
And the fence around the full property, I think was the request.
I on principle, I don't have, it's just a matter of what kind of fence. Do we need a solid 8-foot high cedar fence? That's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is it a chain link fence? If you could give me some direction, we would love to. I have no problem. Is it to stop people or blocks vision? If I can get some direction there. Personally, I would think a chain link fence of 6 foot high would, black chain link fence that you would put around a park or a school site should suffice. That would be my suggestion, and we would have no issue with that.
Ms. Crowder, can you comment on your experience and what you think as staff would recommend in this case, seeing as you've been on site more than once?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I think that the main purpose of this fence around the entire property is to delineate the boundaries of the property. So in that respect, I would think that in most areas, you know, your standard chain link fence should be okay, in my personal opinion. If there's a concern about, you know, the setback area, perhaps, like we mentioned, we could look at some plantings in that setback, like the places on the resort that are close to potential neighbors. That could help eliminate some visual concerns or even noise concerns. Plantings are pretty good at mitigating noise as well. So maybe in those areas, we could look at some more enhanced measures. But as far as, you know, the 8-foot cedar fence around the entire property, I don't personally think that that is necessary.
So Councillor Edwards?
Through the chair, would it be possible to ask the neighbor if they would be agreeable to a chain link fence with plantings around it to sort of hide it?
Do we have the neighbors that would be most impacted here? If you could state your name and address.
I'm Judy Birch, 1038 Tom Row Road. So Emily, I'm curious about where you think there's room to do plantings to screen the cottage that is the housekeeping unit that is in violation of the setback.
Ms. Crowder?
On their property or our property?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, on the subject property, so on the Pier 100 property, I'm saying that between the setback and the lot line, maybe there's potential to put some plantings in there.
Through to Emily, through you, we don't do this in the States. Do you have a measurement on that?
Ms. Crowder?
Yes, so if you look in thank you, through your chair, sorry. If you look at figure 7 in the staff report, I'm just pulling it up, sorry. We've got a photo depicting the existing situation, and if I mean, dependent on what committee decides, if you're supportive of the setback request or not, is going to change the amount of space that there is available for potential plantings. As is proposed by the applicant, there'd be 6 feet at the very closest point, but most of the building is further than 6 feet. So there would be room for potentially more plantings than just a 6 foot.
And Ms. Crowder, is this building, as I recall, is next to a lot that is not developed?
That is correct. There is a dock on that property, but no dwelling.
Ms. Birch, any further comments?
I think in in that particular situation, having some kind of screening would be nice. I think a chain link fence that keeps people from walking over into our property and the other adjacent property would be a very good idea. I don't think there's enough room, and I'm a trained landscape architect, so I can tell you that there's not enough room there to do substantial planning to offer the kind of screening. I think in that case, we would entertain some sort of a tall fence that would screen.
Thank you
And
very
thank
much.
you for asking me.
All right, thank you very much. Counselor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I was going back to the 9 foot 8 inches I heard. Is that not
Yes.
the correct number? Because
Yes, it's 9'8". Yep, 9'8".
thank you, because I just wanted to make sure that we are talking about, 8 inches is 8 inches. I'm just saying, but I don't want to.
Fair enough.
I'm
Yeah,
not in favor of granting anything further than, but I do want that 8 inches included. I know that's small, but I'm just saying that it should be the way it was. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I was rounding down. Yes, it is 9'8". Correct, Ms. Crowder?
That is correct through you, Chair.
Committee. We have seen some significant agreement from our applicant. How does the committee feel about that? All right. Let me read. Is it appropriate then for me to read the revised bylaw? And the resolution, sorry. Thank you.
Need to make that.
We just have one change which said from approved to denied.
So that's sorry, B and C.
Just give us a couple of minutes here.
And just, if I
Director
may,
Payne, yep.
through you, just to confirm, the last change is now to deny the setback. I just want to confirm that is for both the sun deck and the unit itself.
If screen share, I think it might get easier for them to.
Committee. All right, committee, we have some revisions here. The deputy clerk's going to bring up is it a red light? Red line version. She's going to try and bring this up on the screen just so you can see the changes that we've made. Can you zoom it in at all? All right. So I am now going to read the changes that we recommended. So I think we're getting quite good with this process now. Here's the amendings, and then we'll come back and approve the original red bylaw as amended. Everybody okay with that? All right, following along. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that the resolution to be amended. Thank you. Let me try this again. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add the following wording. Include a definition of on-site management and after the phrase the draft bylaw be revised to. The draft bylaw be revised to permit the existing dwelling to be converted to staff quarters within the building labeled housekeeping unit number 11, and for the dwelling unit labeled as housekeeping unit number 10 be converted to a housekeeping unit on an undersized lot. Number 3, the inclusion of fencing signage after the phrase to the satisfaction of the township. And number 4, including the removal of all fire pits from Schedule 11 added after made to accompanying schedules. And further, that exemption B and C be denied. So that covers all the changes we agreed to. And the applicant has agreed to with some exceptions. No, actually you did agree to it. So the applicant has agreed to them all and we've agreed to them all. So do we have any further discussions on this? If not, I will call the question. Seeing none, let me call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? So that carries. Now I ask you to approve the original resolution as amended. Any questions, comments? Last chance. All those in favor? Carried. All right, thank you. We have a choice here, folks. I think we should probably break for lunch, but given the size of our agenda this afternoon and the potential for it being quite long, I would like committee's thoughts on reducing lunch to 45 minutes rather than an hour. And if we're quite happy to go to an hour, because I tried this once before and it wasn't very successful, but today we maybe have a little more success. Everybody all right with that? So we could come back at, let's say, 12:30? All right, thank you. Could you make it known, please? Otherwise, we can't proceed.
Well, we're working from 8. We have 1 declaration, we have 1 outfit counselor, so quorum would be 5.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Right?
All right, here we are.
Sounds good.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to make a slight modification to the agenda. We've already done, we did, no, we're gonna, yeah, we got to do C1 first. Yeah, no, actually not. We're going to bring D3 to the top of the agenda because we have people here that are waiting and they've been here all day. And so that is the Maple Leaf Marina. We'll do that ahead of the concurrent and zoning bylaw C1, and then we'll just follow. So I want to welcome Teslin Heron. So this is the first time Teslin is presented to the planning committee. So we welcome you and we welcome to the Township of Muskoka Lakes. Yeah, we gave you an easy one to start, apparently. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Bosm. The next
Is
application to
your
be heard.
microphone on? I don't-
Yes.
Okay.
I will
Yep.
try and stand as close as I can to that.
No, that's fine.
I'm not sure how to. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 2524 in the name of Maple Leaf Marina. The subject lands are municipally known as 1035 and 1046 Marina Road. The submitted zoning sketch can be found on page 131 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of this zoning bylaw amendment application is to construct 2 dock additions that exceed the minimum permitted length. Public notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting. Comments were received by Nick Schneider, Chief Building Official, and Tim Sopko, Manager of Public Works, stating no objection. Comments were also received from the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating no objection to the proposal. 21 public letters of objection were received from Alan Detsky and Rena Mendelson, Bill and Deborah Adkin, Eric Savoy, Jane Love Elliott, Malcolm Graham, Peter Freeman, David Love, Elsa and Peter Redman, Helena Sheffer and David Hudson, Jill Coles, Karen Alexander and Bob Kossak, Linda Shell, Lynn Reed, Michael Hudson, Mike and Rose Robbins, Peter Lynch, Sandra Brown, Sarah Sherwood and family, Stacy Reed, Terry Reed, and Wendy Sherwood, and 1 letter of support was received by Robert Staffen. To summarize, the main themes that were expressed in the letters of concern include impacts to the natural environment, including shoreline erosion, water quality pollution, and shoreline alteration. Increase in boat traffic, noise pollution, and light pollution, as well as concerns surrounding speeding. Visual impacts resulting from the docks and questioning scale and magnitude. Water safety concerns surrounding increased boat traffic. Impacts on surrounding and neighboring properties. Lack of supporting materials from the DFO, MNR, et cetera, and the future development plans for the marina. So if committee would like any and all of these submissions to be read in full, I'm happy to do that. So the proposed exemption is summarized on page 120 of the agenda package. To proceed with this proposed development, an exception to permit 2 over-length dock additions is required. The proposal requests a maximum dock length of 206 feet, where 80 feet is permitted, requiring relief of 126 feet.
Staff had prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff are recommending that the application be deferred so that public and agency comment can be received. Staff have no further comments on this at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much. We will ask the applicant's agent if they can join us, and I believe that is Nick Scarrett. Scarrett? Is he in the waiting room? Terrific.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. If you can start with your last name or your name and address, and you've got 5 minutes.
My name is Nick Scarrett with Innovative Planning Solutions. Address is 647 Welham Road, Unit 9, Barrie, Ontario. Good morning or good afternoon now, council, staff, and the public. My name again is Nick Scarrett with Innovative Planning Solutions, here to speak on behalf of the owners of the lands municipally known as 1035 and 1043 Marina Road. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the proposed development and zoning bylaw amendment and receive feedback. I believe, is the presentation provided? There we go.
Yes, we can pull it up.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The intent of the application is to facilitate rezoning of the waterfront commercial to waterfront commercial zone with exemptions in order to permit the construction of 2 dock extensions resulting in 56 new dock slips. Next slide, please. The subject site shown in red outline contains a total lot area of 2 hectares with approximately 203 meters along Lake Muskoka and 135 meters along Marina Road. The property contains active marina operations that include service and retail uses, boat storage, parking, dock slips, and boat launch areas. The marina operations have been in place for an extended period of time, catering to Lake Muskoka customers and providing a point of interest for water access and services. Next slide, please. Oh, I think we went a little bit too far. Can we go back one, please? Thank you. As you can see from this image, the location of the marina contains existing buffering from the shoreline residential uses and allows for convenient access to commercial amenities for residents. The marina also operates as a central hub for island properties only accessible by boat. Next slide, please. This slide provides a high-level overview of the district and township official plan with respect to the subject property. The district and township official plans designate these lands as waterfront area, shown in pink. Marina use is permitted within the official plan designations and meet the applicable policies. And in short, no official plan amendment is required for the proposed development to expand docks. Next slide, please. Building off the policy framework of the official plan, the township zoning bylaws implementation tool that contains specific regulations such as uses, setbacks of structures, parking requirements, and landscaped areas. This slide shows the existing zoning of the subject property. The property is currently zoned waterfront commercial 2 within the current zoning bylaw, which permits marinas and associated uses. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment intends to rezone the subject lands to include a site-specific exemption in order to permit and facilitate the construction of 2 dock extensions. Next slide, please. This slide provides a site plan concept of the entire property and highlights the proposed dock expansions in yellow. This image also shows the marina expansions to the south portion of the property, which was approved by the township through the site plan control process. The expansion includes additional parking areas, boat storage, vegetative buffer areas, and protection areas, and 2 new docks shown in black. The boat launch area to the south is not part of this proposal or proposed at this time. The nature of the zoning bylaw amendment is to expand the 2 new docks identified as dock E and F, circled in yellow, to a maximum length of 62.5 meters from the shoreline, where the zoning bylaw permits a maximum dock length of 24.4 meters from the shoreline. It is important to note that the existing docks labeled as A, B, and D are grandfathered with respect to dock lengths as they exceed the zoning bylaw regulation, noting that dock A is 66.2 meters in length. All other zoning standards are met except for the two proposed dock expansion requests. As part of this submission requirements, a boat impact assessment was required. A boat impact assessment analyzes the dock expansions against provincial, district, and township policies and concluded that the proposal aligns with protection of ecological features and functions and allows for safe boat movements through separation distances from shoreline properties. Additionally, a scoped environmental impact assessment was completed as part of the site plan control process for the docks and marina expansion, which conclude that no negative impacts to fish habitat are evident based on these reports. The proposed dock expansions do not create unique characteristic changes to the existing marina operations, rather complements existing docks and contributes to economical opportunities to provide services for expanding growth on Lake Muskoka. It is noted that through current regulations, no new marina zone lands are permitted on shorelines of Lake Muskoka, resulting in existing marinas to expand operations to meet service demands. The expansion of the marina on the lands that are currently zoned for such use and expansion of the dock slips as permitted in this application are not only encouraged, rather necessary to ensure adequate service levels can be provided while protection of marine and ecological functions are adhered to. With added boat slips, additional parking is required, which is currently provided on the site through the site plan approved marina expansion, and no new parking areas are necessary to facilitate the operation of the marina and the boat slips as illustrated. Next
Mr.
slide,
Scarrett,
please.
could you wrap
Sorry.
up into your 5 minutes?
Okay, sorry about that. This slide just shows that the area to be rezoned. And we can go to the next slide, please. The next one. Thanks.
Your concluding slide, please.
Yes, with that concluding, we're looking to rezone these lands to extend those docks by adding an additional 56 dock slips. And we have reviewed all comments that have been provided and mitigation measures as outlined in those reports to address the boat traffic are acceptable and ensure continued enjoyment of surrounding land uses and Lake Muskoka. Happy to answer any of the questions that council staff and the public may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other people that would like to speak in favor of this application? Is the owner here? No. All right. So I know we have some who are wishing to speak in opposition. I presume we have a group of 5 back there in person. Right that all 5 of you will be speaking? Okay. 4 or 5. And are there any online? Thank you very much. So let's start on this side, first row. Whoever wants.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the planning committee. I submitted a letter on July 4th, although it is not referenced in the staff report. I hope that committee members were provided with a copy. I'm a long-standing cottager. My grandfather bought the family cottage a few doors down from me in 1946. My cottage is directly across from the marina on Hudson Point. I have been a satisfied customer of the marina for decades, and I am familiar with the marina's need to modernize facilities and provide customer service. The reason why I'm here today is to ask the planning committee to deny the application for the overlength docks, which will still enable the marina to build 2 80-foot length docks. The proposal would effectively double the size of the marina, as the over-length docks are akin to more than a half of a football field in length times 2. Currently, there are 67 boat slips, and this will add an additional 68 with a total of 135. This is precedent setting. There are concerns that the addition of 68 new boat slips in these over-length docks will result in more issues with boat speeding, increased wake, and noise. I have 4 points that I'd like to address. Number 1, impact to the health of the lake ecosystem and fish habitat. The consultant planning report extensively relies on the boat impact assessment as satisfying environmental impact. The BIA does not address in any way the environmental impact. The Roots environmental reports addresses the site impact for the on-land construction, and the addendum March 27, 2023 addresses the boat launch and small area of a floating dock, but not the overlength docks as shown on page 244. We have no assurances that the impacts to the lake ecosystem and fish habitat of the overlength docks has ever been considered. Number 2, concerns about boat traffic, including safety, noise, wake, etc. The boat impact assessment undertaken seems to focus on the capacity at the marina as a key selling point. Missing from the analysis is boat traffic in the bay that doesn't go to the marina, as counts were taken while sitting on the marina dock. It indicates it did not account for kayaks, canoes, paddleboards, etc. The assessment indicates that it observed no wakeboarding, skiing, or fishing near the marina. I find this misleading, as there is a wake sports company that operates from the marina, which includes wakeboarding and wake surfing and skiing. It looked only at the area from the marina dock to the orange line on the map on page 220. However, the purple line denotes the outer limit of the area of priority from a boating impact perspective. The purple line is exactly at my dock. As done over a weekend and Sunday, it didn't account for marina maintenance boats, which are going back and forth regularly. It relies on the marina staff to tell boaters not to increase speed, which hasn't worked to date, as boats regularly accelerate from the existing marina dock. I've had to take special measures to tie our boats down because of the large weight from boats going to the marina. The assessment doesn't address boats that go along the shoreline at fast speeds. There is no discussion in the BIA of noise from boats or an evaluation of the impact from 68 new slips proposed in the overlength docks. Number 3, visual impact to the shoreline aesthetics from the overlength dock additions. There would be a dramatic change in the visual aesthetics of the lakefront with the proposed new docks E and F, protruding out into the water, effectively creating a new front door or visual look to the marina. The existing docks A, B, and C are set back within the shoreline, are tucked in, and are less visible. The proposed docks would protrude 126 feet beyond the permitted 80 feet, creating a significant change to the look of the marina and the visibility from the water. Public engagement. I question if the notice of public engagement was done properly, and the lack of engagement was very disappointing, as I described in my email of July the 4th, which also included photos. The consultant planning report seems to support the zoning bylaw amendment because of the economic potential. I understand this.
All right, all right. If you could wrap up, please.
A balance between protecting the environment, the continued enjoyment of the area by the marina's neighbors, and supporting economic development. If it gets approved, what is the future for the area? Will all the docks be allowed to go to 206 feet?
Thank you. Could we have the next delegate who'd like to come up?
No.
All right. Your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Jill Coles. I live at 1050 Hudson Point Road, Unit 6. Our cottage has also been there a very long time, in fact, since 1912. Where we're positioned on Hudson Point, we're at the closest, the point of the point that is furthest into the bay, and we are kitty corners from the marina. So we were actually well positioned to observe what's coming and going from the marina and through our bay. I wanted to address the idea of zoning. Zoning regulations are in place to ensure the compatibility of commercial operations with the surrounding natural environment, shoreline visual aesthetics, and waterfront community. All of us have had to do renovations. We have renovated our docks. We have complied to all these regulations in the interests of all the elements we're talking about. The zoning for the marina allows a dock of no longer than 60 feet, and they need to be held to this same requirement. A request for a 206-foot dock is completely unacceptable, and allowing such an egregious request was, in my mind, could set a very dangerous precedent. They need to stick to the rules like the rest of us. Boating. The boating impact assessment seems to focus on the area directly around the marina, with their observers standing on the end of the gas dock. On the one hand, they stated there would be little increase in congestion. My guess is they're talking about directly around the docks, maybe not an increase in congestion. But they also predicted a 34% increase in the number of boats. And these boats are coming through our bay to the marina. Our observations over the years sitting there on that point is that every single time the marina has expanded, and I think this is the 4th time, there are more boats. The expansion brings more boats. With 56 new slips, there will be even more boats funneling into this bay, and it's not a big bay. Boats are getting, one of the big problems is the boats are getting bigger. The wakes are much bigger, and they're already smashing into our docks and shorelines with greater force. The BIA also noted there will be times of overcapacity around the marina docks, but they blithely say that's predictable for marinas. Well, it's not acceptable in a small bay full of waterfront properties. The BIA notes that boats approaching and leaving the marina do so at low speeds. Again, from our experience, most boats approach the marina at full speed till they're close to the marina docks, and of course they have to slow down, they're going to smash into the dock. And when leaving, accelerate well before they reach Cedar Island. Many are coming far too close to our docks, causing danger to swimmers and the paddle boarders and the kayakers that are out there. And in fact, the marina's own boats, work boats, are among the greatest offenders. I find this one hard to believe. The BIA recommending signs to control boat speed. If they exist, they're not working, but it's a stretch to think that boaters are going to stop and look at a sign and say, okay, I'll slow down. Well, maybe. Boat noise is also a problem and includes blaring music from passing boats. Any increase in boat traffic will just exacerbate all of these problems and reduce the enjoyment of the local residents and cottagers. With regard to the shorelines, neither the BIA nor the environmental assessment addresses issues beyond the actual property of the marina. There is no account taken of the local wetlands on either side of the marina, which are subject to the impact of the boat traffic, particularly the large waves. We have seen a significant decrease in duck families over the years, and we have not seen a loon in our bay this year, aside from the occasional late night loon call in the distance. They're not there. The current boat population already has had an impact, and any increase will further exacerbate the environmental degradation.
You are coming up to your 5 minutes.
Okay, so.
If you can
Wow.
conclude.
Okay, quickly. I'm concerned that the expansions of docks E and F are going to have an outsized impact on the abutting shell property. Boats exiting and entering those little boat slips are going to have to go right into that into their water space. And I think that is should not be allowed to happen.
Thank you very
Not to
much.
mention the noise from boaters, 24-hour, they could be coming in there day and night, launching the launching ramp, the machinery that is servicing those boat storage, etc.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the last,
No.
No, it's okay. My colleague made the point about public engagement. I just think we have to ask ourselves, at what cost are we allowing this oversized expansion in small bays on the lake at the expense of the local community's enjoyment of the natural beauty of Muskoka and the loss of environmental qualities of our shorelines that brought us here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegate, please. And if some of your points have been made, yeah, you perhaps can just confirm them. All right. Start with your name and address and you have 5 minutes.
153 Marina Road. Live beside the Walker's Point Marina, property to the east. The Shell family have lived in this location since the 1870s, and in fact, at one time also owned what is now Walker's Point Marina property. Indeed, it was my husband's father who started the marina on that property, Shell's Marina, which operated from the 1950s up until 1977 when it was sold and became Walker's Point Marina. This rich heritage continues as my daughter and her family will be eventually beneficiaries of my property. She will also be the beneficiary of the negative impacts should the subject planning application be approved. As you review my submission, I would ask you to refer the diagram, which also shows my property immediately adjacent to the current Walker's Point Marina property. The proposed new docks are coming close to encroaching on my property line, and I believe this will provide you with some context as I relate my concerns that include water quality, health, wildlife, erosion, noise, and potential loss of my family's ability to safely use and enjoy our waterfront, water and air. Increased boat traffic coming and going and moored for extended periods of time at these docks increase risk of contamination of the air as well as water contamination affecting water quality, wildlife, and vegetation. I currently have a vegetable garden which is watered twice daily from wake water. Consuming contaminated water, vegetables, or seafood can cause significant health problems. Wildlife. Sorry. Boats can be large, intrusive, and dangerous to wildlife. Currently, I see otters, mink, turtles, herons, deer, and loons in and around my property and the water where the docks are proposed. I also see varieties of ducks annually and whose paths will be blocked by the proposed docks. The presence of the proposed docks would increase water turbulence with resulting sediment disturbance and nutrient runoff, which lead to water pollution. Poor water quality can be harmful to aquatic and eventually to ecosystem. Erosion. We are asked by several levels of government and indeed obligated to preserve our shoreline. I have stone and matting, yes, legally, around my shoreline with vegetation to protect it. Even so, boat waves currently come over the top. If these proposed docks receive approval, the increased boat traffic and boats coming even closer to my property will make this situation even worse. Noise. Over time, the size of both boats and motors has been increasing. The increased boat traffic coming and going from the proposed docks will most certainly result in exposure to increased noise, as these increased numbers of boats are people, and I will be subject to that noise increase as well. Light pollution. I've been informed that underground wiring was being installed in the area of the proposed docks, indicating plans for lighting to most likely run along the shoreline. Even dark sky lighting consistently left on and at my property line will be subject me to unnecessary light pollution. Further artificial light has a negative effect on plants, wildlife, and disruptive to nocturnal mammals. Enjoyment of property. My young grandchildren and my daughter enjoy their swim around the little point at the west of my property. This activity will no longer be safe for them based on the boat traffic coming and going from the proposed docks. The narrow bay between my property and Cedar Island will functionally become narrower when families are canoeing or kayaking and subjected to increased wake activity from the increased boat traffic. The township
You are coming up on your 5 minutes. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, well, might want to get to your last couple of paragraphs.
Okay, okay. But the township of Muskoka Lakes, as with all municipalities, has an obligation to protect its citizens. And a big part of fulfillment of that duty is the enforcement of its bylaws. In subject planning application, the request is for approval to construct 2 new docks that would be 206 in length. This is 250% greater than the current bylaws. In Canada, everyone has a right to use the enjoyment of their property and the right not to be deprived of the same. The township's code of conduct states that following it will help preserve the serenity and beauty of Muskoka Lakes for the enjoyment of all. If subject planning application is approved, then I will be denied my rights as stated. Therefore, as a citizen of the township of Muskoka Lakes, and in consideration of many concerns expressed herein, I request that subject planning application be denied.
Thank you very much. Do we have another delegate on this topic in the room? And then we'll go to the online ones.
Should warn you, the place is filthy with them. My name is Michael Hudson. I live on Hudson Point Road, Unit 5, 1050 Hudson Point Road. We're going to catch up a little time here for you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for moving us up the agenda. I have a 900-kilometer trip to appear here and get home in time, so I do appreciate that. There's a common theme in this, and I won't reiterate. Boats make noise, traffic congests, they affect the shoreline, they do all sorts of stuff like that, and you've heard most about that. Some of them have been pretty grim. One day I was sitting on my dock and a boat went by. The wake was so large that it ripped the moorings out of my dock for my boat. So the boat was a little close, the wake was too high. In any event, I'd belabor that. So all I can do is thank these ladies for putting a significant amount of time in talking to all the people involved. And I assure you, there's far more than what you see here that have an interest in this issue, and they've all contributed. And Jill and Jane have done a superb job summarizing and presenting. So I don't really have much to add other than I am fully committed to this and behind this proposal. There's something that might be entertained. I think there's 3 alternatives here. One is say, sorry, gentlemen, we'd like you to stick to the bylaw, gentlemen being the marina. Is there another possibility? Could there be a consultation process between the marina people and the interested parties that we might come to some agreeable arrangement through a settlement rather than the need to alter a bylaw? And again, I just throw that out for some thought. So just as a summary from my brother, who's involved in this process as well, but not here today. He's on, I think he's online, but I can't tell. He summed up his letter by saying, while we do recognize, and I think this is fair game, while we do recognize that the marina is a business with the aim of making money, that's fine. It should not be at the expense of all the people who live in its vicinity. And is this just a step? One thing that concerned a lot of participants in this discussion, which were many, is what's coming for the future. And there's not much discussion about that in any of the marina information or the staff information. I mean, could that turn into a retail location? There's already a pizza place there, or there was. I mean, there could be a convenience store come in there. There could be a Tommy Bahamas come in there that's in Port Carling. We just don't know. So that's causing us concern, whether what you can do about that. I'm not really sure. We might get that through a consultation process. Anyway, I thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. And if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have people in the waiting room, do we? How many do we have that you can see? Okay, let's bring them in. Good afternoon. You could state your name and address and we will give you 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Steve Rahachuk, 1138 Leonard Lake Road, number 2, Township of Muskoka Lakes, commenting on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association. Marinas are an integral component of any lake-based community and provide a valuable service to cottagers, islanders, and boaters. The application before the committee is not about the importance of the marine operation, but whether the boat traffic associated with the proposed dock expansion is reasonable and appropriate for the affected waterfront community. Given the geography and the unique physical features of the study area and the current usage data, we believe there is not a case to support an increase in the dock length and associated boat traffic beyond what is currently permitted and do not support this application. There's a lot of information presented, but I wanted to focus on 4 points that support our conclusions: the physical geography of the area of study, boat traffic flow patterns, boat traffic frequency, and the concept of lake surface capacity as outlined in the boat impact assessment. With regards to the physical geography and traffic patterns, the 17.3 hectare study area, which includes approximately 18 cottages and is bound by Hudson's Point, Cedar Island, and the near shore. We believe that the area of influence goes beyond the study area that includes what I'll call the outer basin to the north and east, which is bound by Greenwood Point to the north and Old Woman Island to the south. That includes another 55 or so cottagers. There are 3 main navigable channels in the outer basin that boats from the greater lake will use to access the marina. These 3 channels will funnel boat traffic into 2 channels on either side of Cedar Island. The physical geography of the study area and the associated boat traffic patterns segments the 17.3 hectare area such that the entire area is not contiguous. In other words, traffic flow is concentrated into 2 channels and not equally dispersed over the study area. In regards to boat traffic, the boat impact assessment presents most of the boat frequency data using averages. I would caution using averages as it mutes the highs and lows over time. For analysis of these types, peaks and duration are the important factors, not averages. One does not design a bridge based upon average loads. Designs are based upon maximum loads. Table 5 of the assessment does provide some useful data. It documents on July 1st, which is the peak day of the study, 544 boats accessed the marina over an 8-hour period. On average, that's just over 1 boat per minute. The report also states that the boat peak period of activity was after 11 and sometime to around 3 to 4. The report provides an hourly average between 9 and 1 and 1 and 5, but not actual hourly frequency. Peaks could be 1.5 to 2 boats per minute during these times. Should the expansion be approved, the report projects up to 700 boats on a busy day between 9 and 5 and peaks at 111 per hour or 2 boats per minute from 1 to 5 p.m., which again could be higher. With respect to surface boat capacity, the report states that a boat engaged in a towing capacity way requires 8 hectares of space. The study area being 17.3 hectares thus can accommodate 2 boats in a towing capacity. Add 1 more slow-moving power boat, and boating activity exceeds area capacity during this period. The study does outline their capacity analysis and findings, but what seems to be missing is how the study area capacity should be designed in the absence of how it is currently being utilized. Saying that how the area is currently being used is a definition of capacity, misses what the design criteria should be for the area in the first place. I feel it's more appropriate to compare current capacity against how the study area would be designed from scratch. Using this data suggests the marina traffic dominates the study area and does not afford local waterfront properties reasonable and proportional access to the current traffic channels and boat frequency usage.
You are coming up to your 5 minutes, so if you could wrap up.
Sure. Last line. Based upon our review and analysis of the boat impact assessment data, the MLA does not support this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other people in the waiting room to speak against this application? Thank you. Good afternoon. If you could state your name, address, and you'll have 5 minutes to delegate.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Robbins, and my address is 1075 Marina Road. I won't need the whole 5 minutes. I hope to be short and sweet. Thank you for your time today. I agree with all the comments in opposition that have been made thus far. I echo all the concerns. I would just simply like to say, I gather if you take the 21 objections so far recorded, and the more that will come, if you map them, you will see they fully engulf the bay and beyond. It would be hard to imagine anybody supporting this, and I would love to hear the comments in support. And I think there was only one letter from a cottage resident in support. But imagine having your entire bay and the entire area in objection. That must say something. Secondly, the existing docks E and F that were first put into use, I believe, this season, we have already noticed the impact of those small docks already. The lines of approach from both the workers and the boaters and the company that's providing wake surfing lessons, it's already caused immediate impact. And I can't imagine having 3 times the size of those docks times 2. It is just unconscionable when you stand on anyone's dock and you look in the bay. It is unconscionable to believe that we would add that amount of dock space. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to stand there and figure out all the resulting traffic and congestion, the different lines that'll be approached. And most of the people coming in go for gas. They're not going to be parking in these spots. So you think you'll have 3 access points. You really still have 1. And all these boats will be funneling on 1 access point to the marina. I'm sure there's lots more, and I just suggest to the rest of the people in objection that we look to our own planner to make further comments at successive meetings beyond what the person from the MLA just spoke about. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your brevity. Do we have any others in the waiting room? Very well, thank you. Committee. Before we have questions, as we all know, this is under a process that we have not exercised that frequently, and this is where staff is recommending a deferral for public and agency comment. So I think we need to focus on, that approach. That this will not be the first time or the last time we hear this. We will certainly have another time to discuss further. So let's see what we can add to the comments and perhaps give some direction of our inclinations to staff. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you to Ms. Heron. Hopefully this is an easy one. Looking at the diagram, respectfully, figure 1, the proposed site plan. So when I look at that from left to right, I don't know the actual alpha designations, but there's an existing dock. I've seen it for years, where they essentially the same sort of finger dock to the far left. And then there's the dock where they then have where they load the boats into the water. There's a shorter dock, and then of course there's the long gas dock. That long gas dock has got to be 200 feet long, right? Do we know that dimension? Anyway, it would appear to be that. And I guess I'm wondering, what, if any precedent was set back when these docks were allowed? I mean, they currently have on this, on a property, not the one in question, but they do have right now a 200-foot long dock. I'm not sure how relevant that is, other than when were these permissions granted, and what is that? How does that affect our thinking?
Ms. Aaron or Ms.
Through you, it appears that Doc D, as listed on their submitted site plan, is 60.6 meters. So although it looks long, and it is within compliance. And it's my understanding that through their last round with the site plan control that everything besides the dock extensions did comply. And as part of that, that's where the EIS and such had come in. So that is to my best knowledge, but perhaps Mr. Sharp wants to add.
Mr. Sharp, can you add to that?
Sorry for the delay there. Yes, through you, Chair. The docks that are on the property, to our knowledge, are all considered legal non-complying. The two more recent docks, E and F, I believe they're referred to, the two shorter docks, those were recently approved through a site plan approval.
Councilor Zappa.
Thank you, through you.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question through you to staff then. Some of what I've heard, not as well as the length, which is obviously a concern, is the orientation as well. And you know, I'd like to maybe just put that on the record that, you know, to be sure that we understand to staff that the way the one dock is juxtapositioned, it's actually going to be in front of another, you know, the cottage next door. So it doesn't look to be very friendly orientation, if you know what I'm saying. And I think I just want that on the record for, you know, when it comes back. Thank you.
Mr. Councilor Burry.
Thank you, Chair. Confirming we're in question period.
We are in question period.
So I'm not going to rant now. So I would just like, through you, I would like to confirm, what could the applicant legally build with a building permit without getting any permissions from us? 80 feet?
Ms. Herron?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Committee. Any other questions? Oh, thank you. Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. So I'm challenged on this one because I've followed every step of the way. And in fact, I'm just not clear when building permits should have been in place, because when those docks got put in place, there were no notifications. And I was told that they didn't have building permits at the time. And that was 2 days before the long weekend in May. So I'm trying to confirm that, because it just sort of felt, I'll keep my comments till comment. But I want to confirm when, in fact, they actually applied for a building permit, before or after they installed the docks.
Ms. Herron?
That is something I can confirm. It is my understanding that they did have building permits when those docks were installed, but I can definitely confirm that.
I would suggest that I'm more curious about the exact dates, because when I had called and I'd spoke with a couple of different people from the township, that had not happened. All was discussed was there was a site plan control of a site plan that was formulated in the fall.
Councilor Nishikawa, will Mr. Sharp and then Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, through your chair. While we look into when the building permits were issued, perhaps really the question would be better directed to the applicant's agent. Mr. Scarrett should know when the construction of the docks started and if building permits have been issued at that time. Thank you.
Mr. Kenny, can you add to this before? Oh, I see. So our chief building official. If you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I've just, to respond to that previous question of Councillor Nishikawa, I've just confirmed one of the boat or dock permits was issued June 6th. I've not been able to confirm the other, but I presume it was the same date or very closely after.
And was that before or after the docks were built?
I'm not aware of that.
All right.
May I have a second?
Supplemental, yes.
Thank you. My mind's not just going where. They in fact were there for the May long weekend. And which started the whole concerns and with the neighbors. And so I don't want that point to be missed.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions before I read the resolution? Let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Zabitz, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved, the decision on the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 24/25 be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received and the staff can be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to planning committee on the application. I open it up for discussion or further questions. Councillor Burry.
So we have a rule for 80 feet. The applicant bought the property recently, knowing the rules. And I don't know why we should be making exemptions to the rules if we're going to have rules. I'm prepared to deny this right now, right here, right now. Hearing that there's a potential that the applicant built docks without a building permit. I'm not allowed to say what it does to me, but it makes me quite angry. We have to start as a council and as a committee showing the folks that we have rules and we want people to respect the rules because the rules have ramifications around the environmental, around the peaceful enjoyment of one's property, and it's getting out of control. So we've got to start shooting some shots across the bow, and why not start with a marina?
Thank you. Thank you. Committee. Councillor Nishikawa, you have your hand up. Thank you for those watching for me. Councillor Nishikawa.
I fully support what Guy had just said. Thank you.
Councillor McIntyre.
I agree completely. I concur. There you go. I concur. There you go.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. I agree with the outcome. I have a slightly different twist. The permits that exist with any particular property are not just for the certainty of the property owner, but they provide certainty of adjoining and nearby property owners of a set of circumstances that for the most part are stable and will not change to their detriment. So I think we have to respect the fact that while there are rights with the properties, there are rights with the adjoining property owners. And every time we allow an exception, I think we violate the rights of people on either side or across the bay or however proximal they are. We impact their rights to the negative just as well.
Committee, any other comments? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through to you and probably to you. I'm just, if I may memory, on the resolution, it's saying that we solicit public input and then we ask staff for their recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm supportive of that step.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Allow me to make some comments. The impact of wakes, I'm very sensitive to the fact that our boats on the lakes are growing significantly in size. And they are throwing off very significant wake now, even if they're not wake surf boats. I am appalled to hear that there's wake surfing going on in that bay. There we have some organizations that are working to have those rules put in place. There are some options that the township can go through with Transport Canada. They are painful to get through, but in the end, they can be effective. That's called a VOR, and this marina, even if we let them go to their permitted length, the township may consider, and the community may consider the options of asking Transport Canada to put VORs into that whole bay that restrict the speed limit to 9 kilometers an hour and to deny the right to do any tow sports, but you could also make it specifically for banning wake surfings in that whole bay. So those are options that are open to us. But as I said, from my knowledge of that, they take multiple years and they will cost the township a little bit to get them, but they are an option. So the problem is that the boats are getting bigger, the waves are getting bigger, and if you can't control the speeds, you don't get any control over that. And there's lots of environmental damages caused by that. And I think I don't know how far we can expand an environmental study on this. The one that's in place does not address that, but we should be considering that, particularly in this case, given its location in a fairly confined area with a lot of cottages around. Those would be my comments. Any other comments from committee? If not, I'm going to call the questions. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. Really torn here. Can give more public comment. I think we've heard from the public enough that I can turn it down at this point. But if there is something that can be done, and that I'm not opposed to adjourning this and actually deferring it. But if a committee or so wish, we can turn it down at this point. But I think it's only fair if staff have asked for more input, we should at least allow that. Thank you.
Very well. Committee. Committee. Director Pink is suggesting that there may be enough people around the table who don't want to approve this under any condition, or should we respect? So, Councillor Burry.
Thank you, and to you. I think it's probably only fair to let the applicant speak with planning staff, because there may be an opportunity to take the existing illegally built docks and get them reoriented, which would be something that Councillor Zawitz I know is interested in. So I always think that talk is good, but the applicant ought to understand that I think around this table there is zero appetite for more dock width than they are allowed. I know they can ask. This is the Planning Act. You can ask for anything.
Was that an argument to suggest that we should approve the?
I'm suggesting I can live with the resolution as it is.
Yeah.
Allow staff to do their work, which they do exceedingly well, to deal with the applicant. I understand the Planning Act is anybody can ask for anything, so they can ask.
Yeah.
But our council and planning committee can stick firm to our rules.
General nod of heads or up to the thumbs. I think we think that's the right route to go. Very well. So I'm going to. All right. No more further comments or questions. Then I'm calling a call a question. All those in. I'm sorry.
Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to address and confirm That building permits have been issued for the two new docks, E and F, I believe they're referred to as in the application, or D and E, forgive me. And they have been inspected and they have been found compliant with bylaws as of right. Just to address.
Thank
previous
you very
comments.
much. All right. I'm now going to call out the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. And so the next one, where are we now? We are now going to do item number C1, which is TRAK investments. And that is Ms. Beamish. Oh, yes. Did we get Susan back in yet? Okay.
Thank you all. Very difficult issue for us. We appreciate your deliberation.
Thank you. Ms. Beamish, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next applications to be heard are concurrent consent application B 212224 ML and zoning bylaw amendments ZBA 2724 in the name of TRAK Investments Limited and TROTTER. The subject lands for consent application B 2124 and ZBA 2724 have no civic address. And the subject lands for consent application B 2224 are known municipally as 1057 Robert Johnson Road, Unit 4. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent and zoning sketches on pages 35 and 36 of the agenda package and the right-of-way sketch on page 37 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of these applications are to permit a lot addition, rezone the severed lot, create a new right-of-way, and gain exemptions necessary to permit a future garage on the resultant lot. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance of this meeting, and 7 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Schneider, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Manager of Public Works, Matthew Irving, Township Septic Inspector, and Hydro One, all stating no objection to the application. Comments were also received from Ryan Morrell, the Township's Fire Chief, providing fire response times, recommending designs with increased fire resistance, and recommending that the owners review the Fire Smart Homeowners Manual to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. Additionally, comments were received from Cassie Ems, planner at the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating that district staff are not opposed to the applications, provided that the following be included as a condition of consent: that appropriate development control techniques are used to conserve valuable conifer thermal cover, deer feeding areas, and movement corridors. Finally, comments were received from Bell Canada, requesting a blanket easement over the lands or a 3-meter wide corridor to be measured 1.5 meters on either side of the aerial cable, then to extend from the pole to a minimum of 1 meter past any anchor installation. And now my computer is frozen. If you'd like, I can keep going without the slideshow, or this is kind of, yeah.
Those are just, you know, those 2 consent resolutions and then there's 2 consent resolutions. This is matter.
Just gonna share it for me. I think I got kicked out of the Zoom anyway too.
I think you could, if the rest of the committee is happy, we can. Fair enough, yep. I think we all have the report in front of us.
That's good. Staff have prepared a resolution which reflects these added conditions. The proposed exemptions are summarized on pages 5 and 6 of the agenda package. The first exemption seeks to rezone the severed lot from RUM 3 to WR 1-7. The second exemption seeks to permit a reduced setback from land zoned rural industrial on the resultant lot in application B2124ML for a future garage. Please note that the requested setback from the land zoned RUM 3 on the resultant lot is 15 feet, not 28 feet as shown in the draft bylaw. Staff can make the necessary revisions to the draft bylaw and have no concerns with the requested setback. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that consent application B2124ML TRAK Investments Limited be approved, subject to the standard conditions of consent, including the recommended conditions from Bell Canada, and that the severed lots be rezoned to waterfront residential WR 1-7. Staff have further recommended that consent application B2224ML TROTTER be approved, subject to the standard conditions of consent, including the recommended conditions from Bell Canada. Finally, staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 2724, TRAK Investments Limited, and TROTTER be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beamish. I think the applicant's agent is Mr. Allen.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, or excuse me, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Allen. I'm representing Mr. Tom Kennedy, the applicant for this application. We had anticipated to be the first item on the agenda. Mr. Kennedy was in attendance this morning at 9 a.m. He had to unfortunately leave. He was hoping to speak to his item. I also have a commitment at 2:30 this afternoon that I have no flexibility on an appointment. So hopefully we can make use of the time that we have today. I have a presentation. Thank you, Ms. Beamish, for providing an overview of the proposal. There's a consent and zoning amendment application. Next slide, please. The details or the reason for the proposed application is Mr. Kennedy is proposing to construct a 2-car detached garage and has insufficient lot area on his waterfront property to do so. He happens to own the abutting lands to the rear and is proposing to sever 0.22 acres to add to the waterfront lot. As a result of the lot addition, the lands to be added will be rezoned to be consistent with the existing waterfront residential zoning, as well as to permit the garage to be set back 15 feet from the RUM 3 zone, which is the zoning of the retained lot. Next slide. Here's an overview of the proposed application. The retained lot, that's the large lot in green, the severed lot in red, to be added to the blue shaded lot, the benefiting lot, Mr. Kennedy's lot, unit number 4 on Lake Joseph. You'll also see the application has identified 2 abutting lots. Those lots currently receive access over Mr. Kennedy's property by an existing private road. However, the right-of-way that benefits those properties is not actually in the location of the existing traveled road. And consequently, Mr. Kennedy is choosing to resolve that issue through this severance application by proposing new right-of-way. Next slide, please. You can see the right-of-way detail here. The existing road follows part of the existing right-of-way and then deviates. The yellow shaded area is the proposed right-of-way. The red shaded area that is no longer used for access will be removed. The location of the garage is shown. It's a 30 by 26 square foot garage, 2 cars. On the lands to be added to the waterfront lot, there is a generator as well as a propane tank that service the waterfront lot, and those 2 items will be captured in the lot addition and added to the waterfront lot to clean up that issue. The retained lot more than exceeds the minimum lot area and frontage requirements of the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. Some quick photos. The benefiting lot has a 2-story boathouse and a 1-story dwelling. The proposed garage location is accessed by an existing driveway that has been cleared. The retained lot also on the far eastern side previously contained an old gravel pit. That gravel pit has since ceased operation a number of years ago. And as you can see the photo on the bottom right, the area has been revegetated. Next slide, please. It would be my professional opinion that the proposed consent and zoning amendment conforms with the township and district official plan, consistent with the provincial policy statement, and represents good planning. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Do we have anybody wishing it either for or against? Committee, do we have any questions, Councillor Burry?
Yes, and through you, Mr. Allen said Lake Joseph, and I believe this is on Lake Rosso.
Excuse me, Councillor Burr, you are correct.
Just want to make sure that we're telling the truth.
Yes, and nothing but.
Committee, any further questions on this file? We have 3 resolutions to get this through, 2 consents, and 1 zoning bylaw. To do them one at a time, right? Yep. All right, so the first one is moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council the consent application B2124 be approved subject to the following conditions: that a satisfactory registrable description deed of the severed lots together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plans, that any necessary easements over the subject lands be granted to Bell Canada, that a legal undertaking be submitted to the acting solicitor which confirms that the severed lots will be merged in title with the benefiting lots upon registration of the transferred deeds, which may include a cancellation of the consent if necessary, and at subsection 3 of section 50 of the Planning Act applies to any subsequent conveyance, and that the severed lot be rezoned to waterfront residential WR 1-7. Any comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Second one is moved by Councillor Edwards, second by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council the consent application B 22-/24 be approved, subject to the following conditions: that a satisfactory registrable description deed of each severed lot be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan, and that any necessary easements over the subject land be granted to Bell Canada. Any discussion? All those in favor? And finally, the zoning bylaw. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Still on, right? Yeah. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 27/24 be approved. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. So I'll make sure I sign those afterwards. All right, the next 2 items are very similar. The first one being OCHSHORN ZBA 19/24. That is Ms. Crowder, and if you could take the floor.
Thank you, Chair Rosenworth. Next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1924 in the name of OCHSHORN. The subject lands are known municipally as 1805 Peninsula Road, unit number 375. The submitted zoning sketch can be found on page 59 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1924 is to permit a recreational and leisure space within a portion of the first story of an existing 2-story boathouse. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 23 days in advance of this meeting, and 6 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating that the proposal does not indicate compliance with the following provisions of the Ontario Building Code: required separation of a storage garage and another occupancy, and required provisions for buildings constructed in floodplains. Further, Mr. Snyder recommends that the application be deferred to permit the applicant to provide evidence of how the proposal can be made compliant with the building code. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the Township's Manager of Operational Services, and Cassie Ems, Planner for the District of Muskoka, both stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Ryan Murrell, Fire Chief, stating that the calculated fire response time is 20 minutes and 33 seconds based on the average shoot time of the fire department in the last 36 months and a travel distance of 6.5 kilometers from the fire station. This response time is outside of the NFPA rural response time objective of 14 minutes. When response is outside of the rural response time objective, it is prudent to subject developments to additional design requirements beyond the minimum in the building code, potentially including fire sprinklers, increased spatial separations, and building materials with fire resistance ratings. As construction will be occurring on the property, we encourage pre-planning with the fire department concerning fire risks during this vulnerable phase of development. The Fire Smart Homeowners Manual should be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. 2 letters of opposition have been received to date. The first letter of opposition was submitted by Ken Pierce, Vice President and Director of the Muskoka Lakes Association. The main concerns expressed in this letter include the following: that the specifics surrounding a recreational and leisure space in a boathouse have not yet been determined by council, nor has the ultimate decision to permit or prohibit such a use. Impacts of noise, increased density, and non-dark sky compliant lighting. Nonconformity with provincial law, health and safety concerns in terms of flooding hazards, the potential for a negative precedent to be set, and the cumulative impacts that such a proposal could have. Ultimately, the letter concludes that the application is premature and a decision should not be made until the proper comprehensive process, including full public consultation, is carried out. Following the circulation of comments to committee, a letter of opposition was received from Al Moran, citing concerns related to enforcement matters on the property, the specifics of the interior use of the first story of the boathouse, servicing capabilities, light pollution, noise, potential safety concerns for boaters, potential impacts that such a use could have on the character of the waterfront area, and concerns regarding the information provided in the planning justification report provided by Planscape. The letter concludes that it would be premature to consider this application, as any approval of a third habitable building and leisure recreational use of the lower story of a boathouse will set a significant precedent with unintended consequences without a full public debate. I would be happy to read any of these comments in full at the request of committee. The proposed exemptions are summarized on pages 48 to 49 of the agenda package. The exemptions circulated include that from 3 habitable buildings and spaces where 2 are currently permitted, to permit a recreational and leisure use within the first story of a boathouse where such a use is not currently permitted, to limit the size of said space, and to incorporate a specific definition of a recreational and leisure space. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that public and agency comments in regard to zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1924 OCHSHORN be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the application. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other, any people who would, oh, sorry. Mr. Allen, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ryan Allen. I'm a professional planner with Planscape, 104 Kimberley Ave, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1Z8. I'm the planner today representing Dina and Adam OCHSHORN with their proposed zoning bylaw amendment application. I would note that there was one letter of support that was submitted by a neighboring property owner at unit number 4, 1140 Marinus Road, Jason Shushi and Paulette O'Leary. That was submitted to the planning department's website a few days ago. So I just wanted to make the committee aware that there is an abutting property owner that has no objection to this proposed application. Next slide, please. The proposal in front of you has a number of amendments to the bylaw, but practically speaking, the proposal proposes to permit recreation and leisure space on a portion of the lower level of an existing first-story boathouse. Practically speaking, the bylaw will allow the use of tables and chairs and some exercise equipment on the lower level of the boathouse to get out of the sun and be close to the lake and stay healthy. The definition that is included in the bylaw itself is meant to define the use of recreational and leisure space to include the following, and it's on your screen: lounging, recreation, fitness, exercise, relaxation, and games. And the definition is specifically designed to exclude bedrooms, overnight accommodations, which would be used for sleeping purposes, and will not be permitted a kitchen or a sleeping cabin. Next slide, please. The floor plans that you see here are from the approved and stamped building permit drawings. Mr. OCHSHORN is proposing approximately 340 square feet of his existing boathouse area to be used as recreational and leisure space. This represents approximately 22% of the total boathouse floor area. The existing boathouse is 2 stories. The lands that it's located above are private lands. Those lands have been purchased, so the Public Lands Act does not apply. The 2 slips will continue to be provided within the boathouse and will continue to be used predominantly for boat storage. Next slide, please. Here's some photos of the existing boathouse. Historically, the official plan has allowed recreational and leisure uses in the waterfront area, and the official plan contains a new policy to consider lower level boathouse uses as recreational space. Currently, the bylaw allows recreational and leisure space on the dock, on the upper level of a 2-story boathouse, and on the rooftop of a 1-story boathouse. The only place that it is not allowed is on the interior of the lower level of the boathouse. In my experience, locally, there are many boathouses across the township that have some amount of sitting area on the lower level of the boathouse to varying degrees. Next slide, please. Here's some photos of the interior of the boathouse. You can see a boat. There's the wet slip. There's another slip on the opposite side of that boat. There's some furniture that is normally on the deck. This photo was taken in April. So there is some covering on that furniture, but that is the area that's proposed to be used for the proposed sitting space. There's no proposal to eliminate any of the existing slips in the boathouse, and the boathouse will remain to be used predominantly as a boathouse. No building is proposed. The only change is the use of the portion of this lower level. The visual appearance of the property will not change. No trees are to be removed. There is no site alteration proposed. Site plan approval has been previously granted. The services are installed and have been found to be adequate. Next slide, please. From a planning framework perspective, the zoning bylaw implements the official plan. The zoning bylaw in front of you, the zoning bylaw amendment in front of you, amends the bylaw to implement the policies of the new official plan. And I would note that even with an updated zoning bylaw that applies broadly to many different properties, zoning bylaws are one size fits all. And as we know, this planning committee is frequently busy considering adjustments and variations from the bylaw. I'm confident that the day that any new requirements are selected for lower level boathouse use, before the ink is dry, there will be amendments and variances requested to those requirements because of the one size fits all nature of a zoning bylaw. So from my professional opinion, every application should be reviewed on its own merits. The site, the proposal, the context, the details are most important. And then every application should be considered on its own merits. So on that basis, it's my professional opinion that the application conforms to the township and district official plan, is consistent with provincial policy, and represents good planning. And speaking with my client, he believes that we're confident to be able to address the building code related issues in the future. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Do we have anybody else wishing to speak in favor or opposition to this application? Mr. Pierce.
On now. Yes, again, Ken Pierce on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association, and also authorized to speak on behalf of the Friends of Muskoka as well. 1 Bailey Street, Port Carling, Ontario. This application and the one you're going to hear subsequently, Clark, raises 2 very key issues for council. I know this is planning committee, but accessory buildings, 3rd habitable building when only 2 are allowed, and habitable space in the main floor of a boathouse. Not for boats and storage of marine related equipment is what the staff report refers to, and I gather there's been repeated bylaw contraventions according to the staff report. Charges have been laid and there was a conviction, and sentencing is pending. So this is not a situation where we're being asked to consider an application. This is an as-built. Per our letter, we feel this application is premature, notwithstanding Mr. Allen's comments. There is an ongoing comprehensive zoning bylaw process. It should run its course. These issues were considered, both of them, a couple of years ago, just prior to the municipal election in October 2022. Unfortunately, council at that time focused on the official plan, and I think rightly so, but these were issues that were going to be considered. It also, I think, sets a very negative precedent in your new official plan, section N3A, and I think 3B as well. You are obliged to and should consider negative precedents and also the cumulative impact. I suggest that deferral is appropriate here. And as I said, this is very similar to the Saunders application, which is currently before the Ontario Land Tribunal, the hearing scheduled for July the 25th. We have requested party status for that, and both parties have consented to us doing that. I just heard this morning that the applicant and his lawyer, Mr. Saunders' lawyer, is requesting an adjournment of that, so I'm not sure when that will actually be heard. But you know, these are very similar applications, and I think the comprehensive zoning bylaw process really needs to run its course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Are there any others? None whatsoever. Committee, as you have seen in the reports, the draft resolution is to put this out for further discussion in public, but you are welcome to comment and we can discuss right now. Councillor Burry.
Thank you. Through you, I have a question for Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, what is your client currently using this space for?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, storage, boat storage. That furniture that you see in the photos that I provided is not there. I understand that Mr. Kennedy and Ms. Crowder both visited the property during their site inspections and had an opportunity to look through the windows. So perhaps they could also confirm for you what they saw during their site visit. It's my understanding that the property is in compliance with the bylaw as a result of the enforcement activities that the township undertook.
Ms. Crowder, would you like to comment?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Burry, yes, Mr. Kennedy and I attended the site, and from what we could see, obviously outside the building, we saw what you saw in the photo there. You know, things covered with tarps that appeared to be chairs for the deck, but maybe I'll leave the enforcement bit to Mr. Kennedy to speak on.
Mr. Kennedy?
Through you, I'm not necessarily clear on what you're looking for and as far as enforcement goes.
Just a description of the enforcement activity that's taken place.
Through you, we received our first complaint against this property, I believe, early 2021 or 2022. A notice was sent to the owner. They did comply with that notice. It was apparent from our investigation back then that they were using the space that they're asking for now as you know, leisure and recreational space. They had a TV in there, seating area. And I know I had a couple conversations with Mr. OCHSHORN in regards to that. At that time, they did comply with our request through our letter. Shortly thereafter, I received a subsequent complaint for the exact same thing. And I attended a second time and found that everything had been returned to its original state. At that point, with it being a subsequent offense, we elected to file charges with the Provincial Offences Court, which are still ongoing. This was slated for a full day trial back on June 14th of this year. That has since been adjourned because we have come to a resolution. Mr. OCHSHORN has pled guilty, and as indicated, sentencing is going to be done in the fall of 2024, which is contingent essentially on the decision made today.
Right. Thank you very much. Committee, do we have other questions?
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Thanks. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. My question would be to Ryan or sorry, Mr. Allen, you had made a comment that well, I took it as that it's being done all the time. That this is happening in the boathouses and it is the norm now. I think that's how I took it. Maybe you could restate it, please.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I made an anecdotal comment about, my general experience about being on the lake frequently. I regularly see boathouses that have lower level lounges and sitting areas inside of them. So it's not an uncommon feature of a boathouse on the larger lakes in Muskoka.
Councillor Nishikawa?
Well, I guess from that answer, I'm a little concerned because coming from a professional, because we know it's illegal. And so I'm kind of concerned that I may have to wait till after to make this comment.
Maybe I could preemptively answer the question that I'm not sure you're asking. Would I support the use of those boathouses that are not being used in accordance with the bylaw? No. My professional opinion would be you comply with the zoning bylaw.
I think my question would be then, okay, so you would like us to comply with the current bylaws?
Comply with the bylaw or amend the bylaw. Don't circumvent the bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? And then let me read the resolution. No more questions? Yes.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that public and agency comments in regard to zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 19/24 be received and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing recommendation to the Planning Committee on the application. Committee discussions. Seeing none. Oh, thank you, Councillor Nishikawa. We've got lots of eyes on there. They're helping me, so.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
I do want to comment that I'm prepared to make a decision on this. I think we heard a lot of public comment during, when we're trying to do our official plan and all of the other things that we've done. And the rules are the rules that are in place. And so I'm not prepared to start bending them at this time, nor will I bend them a month from now, 2 months, 3 months from now. So I don't think that I need to have this come back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually have a question for Mr. Ryan. In your report, you keep referring to the fact that the OP allows this. And yet the wording in the OP is that it may be considered. And I was just wondering if you could bridge those two concepts for me.
Thank you. I guess directly to you, I see no difference between the two terms. It may allow some discretion. I think that would be the only difference, but it will allow it to occur.
All right, thank you. All right, I have called a question. Mayor Kelly.
Just one, thank you, through you. Just one question to follow up what Councilor Nishikawa said. At some point, I thought I convinced myself there was a strategic advantage to the deferral because of other similar cases. Is that not true?
That would be to staff. Who would like to answer that question?
Mr. Sharp.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Bosenworth, maybe if you could just reframe your question, because I'm not exactly sure like what question it is you're asking. I know that you're asking, would a deferral be some sort of strategic advantage, but in what context?
Thank you, through, as opposed to a denial. Was the deferral, was there a strategic advantage to a deferral as opposed to a denial?
Well, I think yep, through you, Chair. I think the reason staff have recommended that the application be deferred is because it's an application that we're not used to seeing in the township. This is something that's brand new. And I think we'd like to hear from the public with respect to what it is that their concerns may or may not be with this type of application. So we felt it best not to put forward a recommendation at this time, but rather have an initial public meeting, hear from the public, hear from agencies, go back to the drawing board afterward. Supposing committee is going to recommend that this be deferred, staff would analyze the issue and come back to you at a later date with another report with a recommendation. Thank you.
Did that answer your question, Mayor Kelly? All right. I read it, didn't I? All right, so I have called the question. Any more discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Anybody against? Okay, that carries. All right, the next one is 7D2 ZBA 21/24 Clark, and this again is Ms. Crowder. Let me sign those up.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 21/24 in the name of Clark. The subject lands are known municipally as 1140 Morinus Road, unit number 6. The submitted zoning sketch can be found on page 96 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 21/24 is to permit a recreational and leisure space within a portion of the first story of an existing single-story boathouse with a rooftop sun deck. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 6 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating that the proposal does not indicate compliance with the following provisions of the Ontario Building Code: required separation of a storage garage and another occupancy, and required provisions for buildings constructed in floodplains. Further, Mr. Snyder recommends that the application be deferred to permit the applicant to provide evidence of how the proposal can be made compliant with the building code. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the township's manager of operational services, and Cassie Ems, planner for the district of Muskoka, both stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Brian Murrell, township's fire chief, stating that the calculated fire response time is 14 minutes and 44 seconds based on the average shoot time of the fire department in the last 36 months and a travel distance of 2.9 kilometers from the fire station. This response time is outside of the NFPA rural response time objective of 14 minutes. When response is outside of the rural response time objective, it is prudent to subject developments to additional design requirements beyond the minimum in the building code, potentially including fire sprinklers, increased spatial separations, and building materials of higher fire resistance ratings. As construction will be occurring on the property, we encourage pre-planning with the fire department concerning fire risks during this vulnerable phase of development. Fire Smart Homeowners Manual should be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. 2 letters of opposition have been received to date. The first letter of opposition was submitted by Ken Pierce, Vice President and Director of the Muskoka Lakes Association. The main concerns expressed in this letter include the following: that the specifics surrounding a recreational and leisure space in a boathouse have not yet been determined by council, nor has the ultimate decision to permit or prohibit such a use. Impacts of noise, increased density, and non-dark sky compliant lighting. Nonconformity with provincial law. Health and safety concerns in terms of flooding hazards. The potential for a negative precedent to be set, and the cumulative impacts that such a proposal could have. Ultimately, the letter concludes that the application is premature and a decision should not be made until the proper comprehensive process, including full public consultation, is carried out. Following the circulation of comments to committee, a letter of opposition was received from Al Moran stating the following. Good afternoon, Bryce and Emily. The purpose of this communication is to object to the subject application. It would appear that Mr. Allen of Planscape has provided a justification report based on an incorrect interpretation of the TML official plan with respect to permitted uses on the lower level of a boathouse in TML, reference section L15.3.c. The in effect TML OP envisions the development of comprehensive zoning bylaw which will allow for an opportunity to review current bylaw restrictions on ground floor of boathouses. It would be premature to consider any relief for in effect bylaws, and there is no rush to reward for non-compliance. The impacts of granting relief from long-established policies in TML, which have served Muskoka Lakes well in preserving the character of Muskoka and substantially reflect the requirements set out in the Public Lands Act managed by MNRF, are substantial and will be consequential to the waterfront property owners and the environment. Please read this letter into the file. Regards, Al Moran. Wonderful. We'll just call you up. Thank you. Sorry, so that was a letter by the property owner, but they've made it back, so they'll read their letter in full following my presentation. I also received a letter of support from the application. I just received it now to my laptop, so I'm just going to pull that up and read that as well. Okay. So this letter is submitted by Jason Shui and Paulette O'Leary, who reside at 1140 Morinus Road, Unit number 4. We are writing to you in support of the Clark family's request to legalize their lower boathouse. As concerned neighbors and members of the community, we believe it is important to address some key points regarding this matter. Firstly, it is unclear why the space is currently not allowed under the existing regulations. The Clark's property, like many others in the area, has a lower boathouse that has been in use without any known issues. Also, there are hundreds of similar properties with lower boathouses in our community. It raises the question of why the Clark's property is being singled out for enforcement. Considering that the new official plan for our township indicates that such areas will be permitted, it seems unnecessary and overly burdensome to go through this lengthy and challenging process to legalize the space, especially when it is already acknowledged in the forthcoming regulations. We can attest that the Clark's use of their property has not resulted in any adverse effects. There have been no complaints from neighbors or other community members regarding the use of their lower boathouse, and it has been a peaceful and well-maintained part of their property. In conclusion, we strongly support the Clark family's request to legalize their lower boathouse. It is a reasonable and justified appeal that aligns with the new official plan, increases their enjoyment of the property, and does not negatively impact our community. Thank you for considering our perspective on this matter. We trust that you will take into account the points raised in this letter and the support from other neighbors when making your decision. Sincerely, Jason Shui and Paulette O'Leary, Unit 4, 1140 Morris Road. One moment, please. The proposed exemptions are summarized on pages 85 and 86 of the agenda package. The exemptions circulated seek to permit 3 habitable buildings and spaces where 2 are currently permitted, to permit a recreational and leisure use within the first story of a boathouse where such a use is not currently permitted, to limit the size of said space, and to incorporate a specific definition of a recreational and leisure space. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that public and agency comments in regard to zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2124 Clark be received and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view of providing a recommendation to planning committee on the application. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we receive letters of support, I was hoping I could.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Mr. Allen, please. You got your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a brief presentation that I would like to share. This is very similar to the last application that we heard. My name is Ryan Allen, professional planner with Planscape, 104 Kimberley Ave, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1Z8. Similar to the previous application, there is a definition that is proposed as part of the recreational and leisure use that's proposed on the lower level of the existing one-story boathouse. Lounging, recreation, fitness, exercise, relaxation, and games will not include bedrooms, overnight accommodations, a sleeping cabin, or a kitchen. Again, specifically, it will allow for the sitting on chairs, the use of tables, and possibly some exercise equipment. Those same uses are permitted on the dock and on the second story of a boathouse. Next slide, please. This is the approved building permit plans that were associated with the construction of this boathouse. Approximately 565 square feet of boathouse area is proposed to be used for recreational and leisure space. That is approximately 38% of the boathouse area. The land below this existing one-story boathouse was purchased and is not Crown land. The Public Lands Act do not apply. There is an existing 2-story boathouse that is opposite the dock that contains a second-story sleeping cabin, and that lower level of that boathouse is used for 100% boat storage with 2 slips. Next slide, please. This is a photograph of the existing 1-story boathouse, the 2-story boathouse to the right of that, the rooftop sun deck. I would note that the uses are permitted. It's just a matter of where the use is permitted. Currently, the lower level is not permitted to be used for anything but boat and marine storage. Next slide, please. This is a photograph of the interior of the boathouse. This is the approximately 565 square feet that's proposed to be used for recreational and leisure purposes. There is a wet slip, one wet slip beside that existing dry slip. The boathouse will continue to be used for predominantly boat storage. No building is proposed. No visual change will occur to the exterior of the buildings. No tree removal and no site alteration is proposed. The existing services are installed and have found to be adequate. Next slide, please. Similar to the previous comments that I had made about the new policies of the new official plan, it is my professional opinion that the application conforms with the township and district official plan. It's consistent with the provincial policy statement and represents good planning. We're confident that we can address any building code related technical matters. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. And for the reminder, Ms. Clark.
My name's Marnie Clark, and I live at Unit 61140 Marinas Road. Dear committee, thank you for considering our application. I am here today to provide you with additional context for our application. Our application is fairly simple. We are looking to use the first floor of our boathouse for seating and relaxation purposes. It is commonly understood that there are hundreds of boathouses on Lake Rosso, Muskoka, and Joseph that have first floor uses identical to what we are seeking. The township has pursued bylaw enforcement against only 2 owners. We are one of them. I am not here today to argue about the charges or why we have not violated the zoning bylaw, but rather in good faith and through the proper process, we are requesting the township recognize the use of our boathouse. I hope that you will consider what I have to say, and this will allow the application to be processed in a timely manner. For context, I note that the following facts for your consideration. The first boathouse with this use was built in 2009. Our second boathouse that will contain the lounge space was rebuilt in 2014 under the bylaw 8787. Our lower level boathouse as lounge space has been continuous use since 2014 until we were charged with zoning violations last year after 9 years of use. We have owned and built over 20 boathouses with this type of lower level use. The township continues to issue permits today and has for decades for lower boathouses with fish cleaning stations and large interior areas that are used for lounging. There are hundreds of these boathouses in use today as we speak. The official plan clearly allows the possibility for lower level lounging area. And many landowners requested policies be included in the new official plan that permit lower level lounge space in boathouses. The public was generally pleased with the official plan policies permitted additional lower level boathouse uses. The policy was not appealed, which indicates community support. I recognize that the township has not updated the zoning bylaw and work will start at some point. However, it is unclear how long this will take. The last update took more than 7 years to complete, and changes to the zoning bylaws are very contentious. It's unreasonable to wait more than have a decade to use this lower boathouse as a sitting area. At the very least, the township should cease bylaw enforcement efforts for our lower boathouse use until the corresponding bylaw is written so that they can determine a path of enforcement. There is clearly an inequity in the direction and application of the zoning enforcement. We seek your timely decision on this most reasonable application so that the unfairness we have experienced can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any others either for or against? Yeah, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you again, Ken Pierce, on behalf of the MLA and the Friends of Muskoka, 1 Bailey Street, Port Carling. We reiterate our comments that we made concerning OCHSHORN, except the bylaw enforcement portion. It's a little bit different. Again, I'm referring to the staff report. The investigation found that the main floor of the single-story boathouse was not being used for boating and berthing of boats or storage of marine-related equipment. The trial is scheduled for November 13, 2024. I just would point out that the real estate listing for this property from last year describes the 2-story boathouse and adjoining single-story boathouse that we saw on the screen. And it says that the single-story boathouse has 1 slip, a flat top entertaining deck, and a lower level lounge with a gas fireplace and 2-piece bath. Apparently the second slip has been filled in, and we heard some information about when that might have happened. Again, we would suggest that deferral is an appropriate way to proceed pending the comprehensive zoning bylaw review process. We can see that there are many instances of non-compliance around the lakes. These 2 were cited, but there's also Saunders, which is the subject of the OLT appeal, which I referred to before. Just a couple of comments. The letter of support said this will be permitted as part of the new official plan process, and it was also described as may be considered. So council may consider it and may decide that there is not going to be any main floor habitable space permitted. It may do so, it may not do so. It's up to you as council. I know we're planning committee today. Suggested that there were no complaints. All of these things, there are complaints, as we've heard. That's why bylaw enforcement has gotten involved. And we also saw that there are a number of enforcement matters. I'm sure that Mr. Kennedy has been quite busy with this. So I would leave it at that I think that there has to be a fulsome discussion, and you need to listen to what people have to say. And maybe this is something that I know the process in 2022, when you were looking at this, it was a separate process. I think there were 8 items that were on the table. 6 of them were finally dealt with. The 2 contentious ones were width of dock comparing to length and the accessory buildings. But there was a 3rd one as well that was referred to, and that was the main floor boathouses. And again, this one has both of them. So that would be my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? I think not, right? Very well. Committee, do we have questions for any of the delegates or the applicant or staff? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. So I guess my question would be to staff, so to David, I think very specifically because of the weight of this topic. I certainly wonder the merits of having 2, I'll call them tests. I mean, clearly these 2 files in front of us today on the same township position that we currently are engaged in. So I guess I would ask you, David, if we, I'll get excited, but if we defer the first file, deny the second file, are we in contravention of, and I'm not suggesting we deny it, I'm just saying, it seems odd that we would have 2 files that we would defer both of, because they really are the same. It is the same to the same point. So I'm asking the question of you, can we deny one, defer one? Because doesn't that get this looked at on the dance floor to these people that are questioning the test or putting the test to us?
Director Pink.
Thank you, through you. Technically speaking, I think committee and ultimately council has the authority to take such action. You could deny this application and even though deferring the other. I think I would suggest to you that might be a somewhat unusual approach given the similarity between the applications. I think staff's recommendation is to defer both. Let staff review and analyze those comments we've heard and report back with a recommendation to you. And I would suggest doing that for both applications. However, should you wish to defeat the current, that certainly you have the authority to do so.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, I just like clarification from the chief building officer, Nick Snyder. When this was built and there was 2 slips, I believe. Was it inspected that way or was it inspected with the flooring in afterwards? In other words, did the floor go in over the slip? Because I remember it being 2 slips at one time. Thank you.
Mr. Snyder was.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The building was originally constructed as a 2-slip boathouse. There was a permit amendment to infill the slip and make some other structural and aesthetic perhaps modifications to the building at a later date. Off the top of my head, I want to say perhaps around the 2014 mark. I can't for certain say that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Roberts, do you have a question? Okay, thank you. Ms. Crider, I have a question. This property, as I recall, has a lot of legal non-conforming attributes to it. And I wonder if you could run us through what those are. And I know some of them, it has excessive dock width, it has 2 boathouses when one's allowed. Setbacks are much less than 66 feet. I was wondering if you could just tell us what they all are.
Through you, Chair. Yes, so this property had a minor variance application back in 2020, which was heard by Committee of Adjustment, and the application was for additional dock width on the property beyond what the zoning bylaw permitted at that time. Committee of Adjustment defeated the application. The application was then appealed to the OLT, where the application was approved to permit additional dock width and also to permit a hot tub structure to be 1.3 feet from the high water mark. And the cumulative dock width was 116.5 feet. That is the only minor variance or planning application on the record for this property right now. Now, aside from obviously the application before us today, there are some legal non-complying features of this property. So I think we see with a lot of historic properties in the township where structures are rebuilt based on pre-existing legal non-complying setbacks. So in this case, I think the dwelling is closer than what today's bylaw would permit to the high water mark. And we can certainly, evaluate what all the features are of this property that wouldn't necessarily comply with today's bylaw, but as far as staff understand, all of the features of this property are legal. And in respect to this specific application, often you'll see a lot in our staff reports that will talk about cumulative impacts of different planning applications on a property, but also legal non-complying factors on a property. And that's because, 99% of the applications that come before us often seek to increase the impact of built form on a property. So I do just want to point out, however, that for this application, it's a proposed use within a building that already exists. So the actual impact of built form on the property isn't proposed to change. And that's why that sort of comparative analysis of cumulative impacts is not found in the current report. That and the fact that staff are recommending that it be deferred for public and agency comments. So if you'd like, we can certainly take that back and include all the potential legal non-compliant features of the property and potentially include them in a subsequent report. But hopefully that helps answer.
And would it be fair to say that excessive dock width and hot tubs at the waterfront would have a use impact at the waterfront?
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. I think as Emily has correctly pointed out, the hot tub at the waterfront has been approved by the OLT, as has the dock width. Obviously, I think a hot tub nearby the lake likely invites an intensity of use associated with that structure nearby the lake. I think the overage in the dock width was largely attributed to a connection between the two docks. It's essentially a walkway or a connection between the two docks. I don't think it's a lounging area. So hopefully that helps answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions from committee? Then I'm going to read the resolution. No. Moved by Mayor Kelly. Seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that public and agency comments in regard to zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 21/24 be received and that the staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the application. Committee, any discussion or debate on this application? Seeing then none, I will call a question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. We are now going to have a. Do we need a 15-minute break or 10-minute break? What's the preference here? 10? All right, so that will bring us back at 10 to 3. And I think we have one more item left on our agenda. Two. The next item we're going to do is 14B, report from Chief Municipal Law Enforcement Officer on his biannual activity report. Very much looking forward to this. Yeah, man. Yes. No.
Good afternoon, committee. Today I've prepared a report as per our policy, municipal law enforcement policy, in regards to our biannual activity report. The only few things I wish to talk about. Give me a sec. Apparently, I'm getting kicked out of Zoom too. Sorry about that. So the only thing I wish to say is that over the ever since I arrived in 2021, it looks like we have increased in file count as the years have gone on. So as you'll see, in 2022, in the first the first 6 months, we only had 134 files created, and now today we're up to 196 within the same time frame. So as the years have gone on, bylaw staff have fielded more phone calls, have dealt with more complaints, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down. Usually in the July-August period, when everybody is here for the summertime, we do see another real sharp increase in file counts. We are, I believe, up to 214 files, and that's within the span of 11 days from the date this report was due. The only other thing I wish to say is this is very specific to just bylaw enforcement. So I have talked to our colleagues both in the fire department and in the building division, and we are looking to possibly expand these reports to show the enforcement efforts that both the building department and the fire department do at the same time, because it's not all us that do enforcement. The fire department does quite a lot of enforcement with smoke detectors and fire alarms. And subsequently with the building department, they do a lot of enforcement through their order to complies, which sometimes do result in charges. So I'm going to work with them and liaise with them in the future to provide those types of numbers as well with these biannual reports. But aside from that, there's nothing else that I wish to add in this report. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Me.
Good job.
No other questions? So I have a few questions. Mr. Kenny, could you give us, I got two questions. Can you give us a sampling of some enforcement you've done that you have found particularly effective in making a difference? And that's the first question. I'll give you the second question because they may be related. And what is the ones that you were most happy or proud of? You don't need to be, if you can't be specific, just give us the generalities and the ideas.
Through you to you, I think the best thing that's come out in the last year is probably the administrative monetary penalty systems that was passed. We are finding that has actually become quite successful. While we don't have admittedly a lot of payments so far, it has made our enforcement efforts much easier to do, and gaining compliance has been a lot quicker with the administrative penalties because the process is a lot shorter than what it would be if we had to charge someone under a Part 1 or a Part 3. You know, you're looking at months-long process. With the AMPS process, we've been able to have things finalized within less than a month, and go through the screening process and go through the hearing process and gain compliance through that with less than 30 days. So I think that has been the biggest change for us over the first 6 months of 2024. As far as being proud, all I look for is compliance. Personally, I don't like having to charge people for non-compliance. However, in certain cases, it is certainly needed. What we strive to do is try and gain compliance as a first effort, whether it's by sending a letter, just doing a verbal notice, issuing an order. But usually, and I would say 95 to almost 99% of people do comply once we start actioning a file. It's that 1 to 5% of people that don't wish to comply, or they wish to challenge it, or what, for whatever reason. That's where council as a whole gets those angry emails that we would get from residents. So I just want to point that out, that 95% of the files that we have are sometimes they can just be open and close. Where we go to a property, we talk to them, speak to them, say, hey, this is what you got to do, X, Y, and Z. They do it within a couple of weeks. We go and investigate, 3 or 4 weeks later, and everything is fine. And that's usually the way files are done. So that's where I look to be more, I guess, to be proud is getting that compliance in a quicker fashion, really.
Any other questions? Please engage me then. I'm gotta think about how I form this question, but what communications as a township could we do that would enhance compliance without you having to go and visit people? And one of the thoughts I have is, we could publish some stats about the effectiveness of our bylaw enforcement program, because our constituents have asked for it. We are now giving it to them, and we are getting positive results. Do you think that if we had some communications around those successes, that your bylaw enforcement job would be easier, because people would realize that, I'm not supposed to do this and I might get caught? I mean, clearly we want people to do things because they want to do them. That's a much better way of getting compliance than enforcement. What are your thoughts on that?
Through you to you. I think maybe the first thing that comes to mind is, if we're looking for statistics and broadcasting to, statistics, I would look to do a stat on a compliance rate per bylaw. For example, if we take, the 29 dark sky complaints that we've had in the first 6 months, I would say we're probably 27 to 28 of those files are compliant now. So using those types of statistics, and like that would be a 99% compliance rate. That would be something that we could certainly promote. I am working, and our staff are working closely with the communications officer, and you'll see a bunch of different educational posts that come out through the summer in regards to our dark sky bylaw, our fireworks bylaw. So you will see that on a regular basis. And I believe, over the last 3 years, we've done quite a good job at expanding our communications and our educational efforts with different bylaws. So as we continue to do that, I think that's where we will gain even more compliance. On the other side of things, I'm well aware that no matter how much education we do, it's not going to get to everybody. And we appreciate that, and we understand that. But like I said, as long as we can get to even 50% of the people, that's better than not doing anything at all.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. Just as I was listening to that, and I know because Mr. Kennedy and I've had a few conversations, the night sky, just to walk us through the process, if there is a complaint, I guess it would be like this with anything, but I'm specific on this one. And is the next step then that you would send a letter? And what is the content of that letter in order to gain somebody is outside of the compliance?
So through the chair, just to clarify, are we talking about like if people have left their lights on past 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
So in that respect, what we try to do is, well, first off, we would go to a property if we're able to get to it. We have had the odd dark sky complaint on an island, which, we don't have the boat readily available just to go out and do that type of visit. But first and foremost, we would go out to those residents. We would talk to them and educate them on the bylaw. Let them know, because that is one of the new sections that's in the dark sky bylaw. So again, not everybody is well aware of that yet. So we provide caution, give education, let them know that this is the section in the bylaw, this is what needs to be done. And that's usually the end of it. Unless we get a subsequent complaint, we don't go back. And if we don't get a subsequent complaint, to me, that would mean that they've listened to our educational material and they've complied with the bylaw. In other situations, if we go to a property and the owner isn't there, we always leave a business card at least I do, with a note on the back of the business card for the reason I was there, the date I was there, and asking them to contact me. And usually that works. If it doesn't, that's where we send a letter advising them that we've received a complaint. This is the relevant section of the bylaw. Please ensure that you're following this to avoid any further enforcement action. That's usually the way the letter is written.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. I think I would just like to say that I feel that you're gaining traction, your department. I think you're doing a great job. And I think you're becoming more seasoned, if you will, and with that comes a comfort. And you know your way around, and I think it's great. So, you know, I appreciate your report and appreciate working with you. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'd like to thank everybody at this table.
Well, thank you. All right, now we're going to ask you to do some heavy lifting here, and we'll move to number 14A, which is the short-term rental accommodation, and Councillor Mazin has a conflict of interest, so we will bid adieu to her.
Hey, again, good afternoon, committee. This report is detailing the third draft of our short-term rental licensing bylaw. I just wish to include what has been changed from our second draft, as you'll see on page, just the bottom of page 1 into page 2 of the report. As we had, as committee had recommended during our last meeting, we have increased the maximum number of days permitted to rent during the high season from 50% to 75%. That high season has also been extended from the Tuesday after Labor Day to the Tuesday after, from the Tuesday after Victoria Day to the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. So it formerly was the Victoria Day weekend to Labor Day weekend, and now that end has extended out to that Thanksgiving weekend. We've eliminated all of the rental day and length restrictions during the off season. We've revised the minimum permitted rental length during the high season to no more than 1 rental for every 6-night period. We've updated the application requirements to better reflect and make it easier for applicants when they are applying. We've amended the inspection fees to be consistent with what our township fees and charges bylaw is currently stated at. And we have removed the 14 days or less exemption from the definition of a short-term rental accommodation. And just to back up to point number 4 with the more than 1 rental per every 6-night period, staff have received comments from both sides. I think there is a little bit of confusion in regards to that. I believe some operators are taking that as they can only rent for a 6-night period and that's it. So just to clarify and put it on the record, the way this is written is that you're permitted to rent once every consecutive 6 nights. So for example, you can still rent for 3 nights from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. However, the short-term rental would then need to be vacated up until the following Thursday, and that would cover the 6-night period. And then from then on, you would be able to have up to a 4-night rental, a 5-night rental, a 6-night rental, whatever you wish. But we are not putting any specific restriction on you having, as an operator, having to rent out for a minimum number of nights. It's just that we only want 1 rental per every 6 consecutive nights. So I just wanted to point that out. As you will see in Appendix 4, we have formulated a penalty table that would be included in our AMPS bylaw. That is consistent with what committee recommended as the starting points for the penalty amounts at the $5,000 starting rate for operating without a license and the $10,000 start rate for operating while suspended. All the other ones are relatively within about the $1,000 to $3,000 mark, depending on the severity that staff felt a contravention of each section would be. So I'm open to any comments in regards to that. Aside from that, I don't believe there's anything else that I wish to speak about, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much. And through you, I think this is, I think we're getting really close. I like the proposed changes. I still struggle a little bit, and it's based largely on feedback from people who are really very small operators who are renting adjoining properties, not adjoining, who are either living in or renting the place next door. And I got to ask a question. How do we distinguish between somebody operating a bed and breakfast and somebody who's a short-term rental operator? Or is there a distinction?
Mr. Kennedy.
Through you, the chair, bed and actual licensed bed and breakfasts are dealt with through another provincial act. I don't know the act off the top of my head, but they are already provincially regulated. So I think that is the main difference between a licensed bed and breakfast versus a short-term rental. A short-term rental at this point virtually has no restrictions whatsoever. So this bylaw does, in a sense, bring them into the same type of box as bed and breakfasts and hotels, because all of those other ones are already regulated by different provincial acts. Short-term rentals at private residences don't have any restrictions at this point. So I think that's the big difference we're looking at.
Councillor Tavis.
Thank you, and through you. In the interest of simplicity, under your licensing term and fee structure, I think option 2 personally just keeps it so clean and neat and tidy. I think $1,000, you start having a 2-year license, and I forgot I've already had 1 year in it, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to have a primary residence different than a secondary residence personally. I think a lot of these things would cause confusion. I think the option 2 would be a real nice, simple, easy $500 1 year. Let's get people signed up.
Councillor Zavitz, I know it's been a long day. We are still in the question period of this. Yeah. So you can, raise your voice at the end if you want, but yep.
Sorry, through the chair.
Yeah.
One thing that I did actually forget in my initial presentation, I had the opportunity to chat with our contact from Granicus a couple days ago.
Yes.
And I would just like to point out, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate at this point, but the number that we had for short-term rentals in March of 2023, that was roughly about 800 in the township. Granicus has notified me as of a couple days ago, we are sitting at just shy of 1,200 in the township. That being said, the median for the nightly rental rate has gone down from roughly, I believe the old number was around the $650 mark US. That has gone down to about 440. But we have increased probably about 300 short-term rentals within this the township limits.
And Mr. Kennedy, what you and I chatted the other day, and you mentioned to me as one of the unintended consequences that I was either Gravenhurst or Bracebridge was discovering when implementing it. Could you? This was talking about. Do you recall that conversation?
Yeah. So there are some quirks with the software. Sometimes there are duplicate advertisements that are listed now. With that number at about the 1,200, I believe in that same breath, there was roughly about 1,500 actual advertisements out. So there are obviously some duplicates that are out there. There are some issues with boundaries. We'll have to work with Granicus if that's who we go with for the software. We would work with them to eliminate the ones that are just outside of the township limits, maybe in different municipalities. So that number of 1,200 may very well go down. However, to my earlier point in past meetings, I still believe that, by and large, we have the most amount of short-term rentals for the size of a municipality as us probably in Canada.
The point I had in mind is that when people were making their application, the applications got delayed quite significantly because on inspection, we found out there was, or was it Bracebridge or Gravenhurst? They found out there was lots of non-compliance and buildings on there, and they had to bring their property up to the right standard or comply with bylaws.
Yeah, through the chair. So I've had discussions with some staff over in Bracebridge. They just started their short-term rental licensing bylaw at the start of 2024. And they have seen their challenges. I've chatted with a couple staff over there, and as you said, and this is kind of in a sense is what one of the goals of these bylaws is to make properties safe. And what's happened is some people have applied, and upon inspection through like just review of the license through the building department or the fire department, things have been flagged, and people have built without permits. They've added additions without permits. So there's stuff like that will get caught through this process, and due in part, that's why these bylaws are created, is to ensure that people that are coming from relatively all over the world are ensuring that the places that they come to in that municipality are safe and not, for lack of a better term, junkyard looking pieces of property.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, what about cabins? Like, if you have your main dwelling and your cabin and that beside, is there any exemption for that? Because like in the village of Windermere, say, and they're not on the water and they're just small mom and pop. And I know that for sure it's been over 60 years they've been renting these out. And yet if they can't rent when people want it, if they rent it for a weekend, they got to wait 6 days or something like that. If they have a small family come up, they're very inexpensive. I know there's at least 2 properties like that. You can't tell the people from there walking to the beach from the people from the Windermere house type of thing. So they control it. I've never heard a complaint in all the years I've been there, but they feel that they're being penalized. How can we work to solve that, something like that?
And I guess might add a little extension on that, with that kind of operation where the accommodation is on site, if not in the building, is that something that an opportunity for them to register as a B&B and therefore not have to comply?
Through the chair, well, that certainly is an option if they wish to go through the regulations through that other act. However, I don't particularly see that. I believe they'd have to comply with our zoning bylaw as well. And I believe in our zoning bylaw, the definition of a bed and breakfast is, correct me if I'm wrong, Bryce or David, but 3 bedrooms, I believe, is what's needed for a bed and breakfast at minimum. So if it's just like a small cabin on a property, I don't think they would comply with that. Other options available to us is through the fees. We can certainly gear the fees to be different for those types of people that are, and that's that kind of doing a case in point to the primary versus secondary. You could do something like that where a license fee is much lower than what it would be for, for example, one of the places that's a 7,500 square foot house on one of the big 3 lakes that's renting out for $10,000 a night. I know there's obviously that versus what Councillor Edwards has just said. That's a pretty big difference in the scope of things. However, the way this bylaw has been geared so far is if you're a short-term rental, you're a short-term rental. There is no difference.
Councillor Edwards, supplemental.
So how is there a way to fix that? In other words, they have on-site management 24 hours because they live there. So it's almost better than what we've had with Pier 1. There's small cabins and that they're not on the water. They're not charging $600 or $700 a night, that's for sure. But they're small, but it's penalizing them if they can't rent it out to a family who can't afford the big resorts. And they can maybe rent it twice a week. Like I say, I know there's never been a problem with these, but it's gonna close some of them down. It's families that can't afford the large resort, they're using them. How do we work around that?
Mr. Kennedy, if you have a comment, and then Let me try. The issue is this is a small operator with on-site and it's on-site, and they will not survive unless if they have to get stuck with one rental every 6 days. I think that's part of the issue. Yeah, and one of the delegations we had was a lady who I think she lived on a farm quite a bit east of Bracebridge in the middle of the country. And she said, if you make, if we go to 6 days, you will shut me down. I never get anything more than 2 or 3 days because she's got transitory things. And so, our purpose of the 6-day one, as I recall, one of the reasons was to help maintain the character of waterfront residential as residential. So we said, let's stretch it out. So, maybe they're there just for the weekend, but at least they get 4 days when they don't have anybody. Or they're there for 6 days, they get to know who they are, perhaps. So I think that was the intent of that. And I think
So is there a way to deal with waterfront residential?
well, that was, you asked me, I tried that was Mr. Councillor Edwards' question, I think, and therefore, let me ask Mr. Kennedy, is there a way that we, and did we not consider at one time saying if the rental is on your property where you live, we might have different rules?
Through the chair, yeah, it certainly is an option. There's many different options that you could choose from. I think the easiest way to eliminate the situation with the smaller cabins is to eliminate the 6-night requirement from everything. And have no restrictions for the number of nights per stay. That would be the easiest. I don't believe that that's where committee is going at this point. There is other options through the fee structure where you can differentiate a different fee for waterfront residential versus rural properties, similar to what we have for the dark sky bylaw, for example. How we included that in the grandfathering clause. It only applies to waterfront residential properties, but doesn't apply to rural residential properties. We could do something similar to that as well, and eliminate the nightly restriction just on the rural properties and only have that nightly restriction for waterfront residential.
I see Mr. King, Director Pink and Councillor Burry. But I will remind everybody, we are in the question period here. And if we want to debate, maybe I should go ahead and just read the resolution so that we can have a more open debate. It's getting near the end of the day and that might be more useful. But I'll let Mr. Pink comment before that and then Councillor Burry.
I think just wanted to thank you and through you just wanted to point out that, certainly at the direction of committee, staff can work up with all kinds of options or different alternatives. However, I think I'd really like to caution committee about structuring the bylaw or making changes because this renter's okay, or this operator, we like them, or it's small. We've known them, or they've done it for many years. What we're regulating is the use, not who is doing it. That's, I think, where we get down a slippery slope and into trouble, and changing our bylaws, our rules, or passing amendments for some and not for others. I think you base it on the use and what you're trying to regulate, not the who. And unfortunately, there may be many renters out there that have for many, many years done so and have done so very well. And I think we've tried to be consistent through this process. The intention is not to stop renting. I think committee and council have been clear on that. And we've tried very hard to make the process as the least burden possible. And again, we're looking at a $500 a year license, and hopefully that would not be prohibitive to shut renters down. If those concerns do get raised over time, one of the benefits of this process, much better than planning processes, we will certainly evaluate, and we can return to committee, and we can adjust and amend over time, much easier a bylaw under the Municipal Act, much quicker without appeals than a planning bylaw or an official plan, as we heard all this this morning. So, I'm sure issues will arise. I can guarantee you. We probably didn't get it perfect, There will be hurdles, but we will evaluate and come back and adjust as necessary. But again, just a caution, careful with that approach.
Councillor Bird, do you have any further questions? And
No, thank you. I mean, the issue with the 6 days is to try and limit the big lakefront parties. So that those people that have renters all the time and can't seem to control them, there's kind of a limit of parties. And you know, that's the unfortunate part about all this.
Mayor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you, and just a question, I think probably for Mr. Kennedy. If we were able to see a difference between waterfront and non-waterfront, respecting, as I think Director Pink made a really good point, we're not picking favorites here. We're literally just trying to distinguish between two, to us, easily identifiable markets. Is the supporting software able to be that discrete? Does Granicus, can you program or ask Granicus to pull up stuff on the waterfront and distinguish it from stuff off the waterfont? Is it all tied to postal code, or how do it know?
Through the chair, I believe that is able to be done through Granicus. So part of their program is they integrate straight through our GIS system. So they do an Esri integration as part of their program. I believe they're the only program out there that I know of that does any type of Esri integration. So that would be, I believe, if we do something like that, they would be able to differentiate between waterfront versus non-waterfront through the software. I would have to confirm that with my contacts before I can say that's 100% true. But I believe, based on what I was thinking about, that should be able to be done.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Councillor McIntyre.
This is probably a stupid question. Oh, there we go. I recently heard about a situation where somebody was doing a short-term rental for extremely large amount of money. And the information I got was that he was renting it through his real estate agent. I don't know what that means. And I don't know what that would mean in terms of the software. Are there things like what does the software cover? Is it only just Airbnb or whatever? Or how does that work?
Well, through the chair, the software, many software companies, they pull all information from all of websites. So like Airbnb, VRBO, Flipkey, Expedia, TripAdvisor, list goes on. So if you recall when I was showing the maps in previous presentations, all those little dots, different colored dots, are from different websites of where those advertisements are
But if it
pulled.
was strictly a real estate website, it may not be on there.
It may not be. I'm not entirely sure, but I've never heard of someone just renting out through their real estate agents. I don't know how much action you would get without putting these online these days.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then we'd certainly have to do an investigation into that and
Okay.
figure it out.
I just wondered how it fit in.
Committee Director Pink has just reminded me that Jane Graham was a registered delegate on this, and is she in the waiting room? I know she did submit a letter in case she couldn't come, but I just wanted to give her that opportunity. If she shows up while we're still discussing it, could you let us know? Thank you very much. Committee, let me read this resolution so I think we can get into fulsome discussion about how we move it ahead. Not Mazin.
Yeah, probably not.
Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Council that the short-term rental licensing bylaw attached as Appendix 2 to Staff Report Bylaw 2024-07 be approved. Comments and discussions. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. I think given the discussion lately here, I would certainly be supportive of a separate viewpoint for waterfront and off water. And I think we could, $1,000 a year for waterfront, and off water could be 500. Waterfront would be 6 days and off water could be 3 days. And I think that certainly deals with what we've heard about that, but it's still keeps the impetus on the waterfront, which is where the big rents are. Clearly, people want to be on the water, right? In the township of Muskoka Lake, so I'd be susceptibly comfortable with something like that.
Mr. Kennedy, in your experience, do we have the behavioral problems off water as well?
Through the chair, to my knowledge, no, I don't believe so. I think most of the complaints from short-term rentals come from waterfront short-term rentals.
Committee, any other discussion points? Councillor Edwards?
I would support that motion. If they're on-site management and they're off the water, I think it should be different than waterfront. And if we find it's a problem later on, we could always move it back. But it's hard to downsize because these places will close and you'll never have them back. And somebody that really can't afford Muskoka won't be coming to enjoy.
Councillor Ledger, I think we were just considering just removing that restriction for non-waterfront. We didn't care whether they were owner occupied or not. Okay. Mayor Kelly?
I was gonna make that point, actually. I mean, if we're gonna do this to the scale of 1,200 or whatever the number is, we're gonna have to find the way to keep it as clean and simple as possible.
Yeah.
And being discreet about whether on or next door management.
Yeah, as few restrictions as possible. Any other comments? So I'd like to raise an issue. In last meeting, we extended the high season to the end of, to past Labor Day, past Thanksgiving. And we also increased the percentage time that you can rent from 50 to 75%. By extending that period, we have now, now we got 75% of many, many more weeks, which means effectively the 12 weeks of, 8 to 10 weeks of summer, a renter could rent, once every 6 days, all summer long, and not give a break to anybody. And we wouldn't be, we're kind of defeating that point, I think, of trying to not have it fully rented. We'll end up having it fully rented. It'll be ineffective. And so if we really want to make that effective, I think we should move it back to the period we had before, which is May 24th, before May 24th to just after Labor Day. One's going to defeat the other. And I don't, and I think we had quite a few people point out that cottages don't come up more than the weekend after Labor Day. And that's certainly been my experience. The lake is a very, very different place on Tuesday versus the Tuesday after Labor Day, and it remains that way except on the weekends. Mr. Kennedy, comments on that?
Through the chair, I guess, yeah, in a sense with what you've said, now that I really think about it, if we have it set up the way we have it set up right now, effectively, each property owner would be able to rent on every single weekend in the summertime and most likely not go offside. Because say they do a Friday, Saturday, Sunday every single weekend in the summertime, those 3 other days counts towards them not renting to that 75%. So realistically, I think even if we eliminate the 75%, the 6-night clause meets that exact same goal. So I think there could be an option available to committee that we just eliminate the 75% altogether, because the 6-night thing, unless someone is going to rent out 6 nights every single time and go 100%, which frankly I don't see very often. If they're just doing a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I think they'd be well under the 75% through that time frame, even if it was reduced back to the Labor Day weekend.
And just to be clear, so those who there are rental agencies out there that insist on 1-week rentals. What's the math on if the restriction is from May 24th after Labor Day? Are there some weeks in there where they're going to have to be non-rented if we were at 75%?
Through the chair, yeah, most likely would have to happen. If they do rent solid throughout the Victoria Day weekend all the way until Labor Day or Thanksgiving weekend, then yeah, they would have to eliminate some of the weeks to cover that 75%. But again, I don't necessarily see that all too often. So
I think even at 75%, we could probably see. So I believe Jane's cottages, I think she said in her delegation that she insists on 7 days. I think she's going to be able to rent every week through July and August and still be under the 75. Which I think supports your point. Maybe we should just eliminate it because it's not achieving anything. Is that essentially your point?
relatively, yes.
Okay, committee, Ms. Director Pinko.
Thank you. Through you, I hate sort of doing this on the fly. We can certainly come back in a month with a revised bylaw, but one option is providing clarity that it's not permitted to be rented for greater than 75% of the total number of weekend days.
All right, so we have the two issues that we're dealing with is the restrictions of 75% and the what's the period where that restriction remains in place. Are we all too brain dead to figure that out between now and 5 o'clock?
Well, through you, I'm not sure we need to. I think we're maybe thinking just in silos. Once we have the bylaw in place, we're going to be able to get at the bad actors, right? We've got the demerit system. We've got other avenues. So listening to soon to be CAO Pink, you know, David made a lot of sense in the, you know, how do we uncomplicate it? I don't mind having, and I think we should have some recognition that, you know, between Victoria Day and Labor Day, and you know, Chair Balsamore, I agree with you. You know, the Tuesday after Labor Day, they're just up on weekends, and that's all we're going to see. So, you know, trying to regulate behavior that we're not going to see, I think is where we're getting stuck. And to David's point, the simpler we can make this and the easier for people to understand that they're compliant, the better. So, you know, renting it, I mean, if you rent it 50% of the time between Victoria Day and Labor Day, that's going to get you your weekends. And if you're a bad actor, we're going to get you on the demerits. Like, does that make sense?
Thank you. And to the point through you. So David, are you suggesting that it's 8 of 12 weekends? I mean, again, looking for the simplicity piece. You know, you can rent your place for 8 of 12 weekends in the summer, which is the 75%.
Not quite.
But Glenn, if you, the only issue, are we allowed to have a conversation?
No, you have to go through me.
Okay, I'm going through you, but I'm going to have a conversation. I mean, the issue is if you do like some people will have longer term rentals. So we have several people on our road that are, they rent for a month. Right? So, I mean, first of all, if they're renting for a month, it doesn't get caught within the short-term rental. But say they rent for 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. You're going to have all of those weekends. But those aren't the people we're after. They're not the, I think we're after the weekend warriors. You know, they're coming for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Both Friday and Saturday night are going to be loud but you know, so how do we make it reasonable that we've got some ability to go to those people and say, settle down, not upset the apple cart of the folks that are, you know, doing it in a decent way, recognizing that we've got a back end on this bylaw that's going to help us get to the point. So is it simple enough to I mean,
if I can comment, I don't think we have anything in there that effectively addresses weekend warriors. The weekend warriors can still come, but the guy's just going to have to, the renter is the owner's gonna have to leave it empty for the last 3 or 4 days. So we haven't effectively started that. And the purpose of the 6-day one, I think, the purpose of restricting it to 75% was to try to preserve some residential character rather than it being a fully commercial operation. And I think at 75%, I just did the math, you would achieve that because you'd still at 75% of roughly 17 weeks from May to the beginning of September is around 12 or 13 weeks. So there will be weeks perhaps in the summer when you're not going to have renters and you help keep the nature of your neighborhood. You're protecting the neighborhood context. So the 75% does do that, I think, as long as we don't extend the period to. But we haven't stopped the weekend warriors. No. Well, we would if we had, minimum 6 nights rental, like you can't rent it for less. But that's hard to enforce. So, we leave it as it is and see how it goes. But I don't know. My feeling is we got to take it back to Labor Day. Or the 75% doesn't make any sense. Mr. Kennedy, how do you feel about that? Enforcement point of view?
Through the chair, I don't think it really makes a difference on my end. We will add whatever committee recommends and move forward with enforcement. As Councillor Burry has said, I think realistically that the main point of this bylaw would be that we get them on the back end with the demerit points if they are contravening any other bylaw realistically. So that's where the demerit points would come in, and we'd most likely have, a couple people that we've been having to deal with this year. They'd most likely have suspended licenses pretty quickly.
Mayor Kelly?
Thank you. And through you, I think there's a lot to be gained by simply getting this program in place, getting hooked up with the technology, getting the 1-800 number that calls for 1 hour turnaround on the dime of the operator rather than on the public dime of our own enforcement. And frankly, combine that with some sort of a campaign so that potential renters know they're coming to a place that takes this seriously and has the teeth in place to enforce. I really hope and frankly, from what I've read, I believe that that's going to get us 75% of the way home. And the back end, as we call it, is a safeguarding, to catch those strays that just don't want to comply or have to dig too deep into the pool of potential renters to get to the point where they get people who can't or won't comply.
So committee, let's just take a nod ahead or thumbs up if returning to May 24th to Labor Day versus, do we all agree with that? Right. Now, so if there's no more discussion, there's one more item I think we do have to decide. Did we agree on that? All right. Director Pink?
Just to clarify on that last point, I believe what I heard for waterfront, non-waterfront, would the sole change just be with respect to the fees? Or are we changing the regulations? Because the fees, we have yet to bring a tariff of fee bylaw to you. It would be quite easy to address that through that process.
I think what we're saying and correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Edwards, but I think what we're saying is the 75% wouldn't apply and the 6 wouldn't apply. We haven't discussed fees yet. Is that fair?
Yeah, they're not even complaining about the fees. It's just.
No, that's right.
And that's
right.
covering the rent, but it would be nice if somebody's renting for $200 a night compared to 5,000 or 6,000 a night. It would be nice to drop it down to say 250 or something like that.
And then, so the final topic, I think that needs to be discussed and we need to give guidance to staff is the fee structure. And as I recall, there was 3 options or two or 3 options. Mr. Kennedy, you just want to take us through those 3 and whatever associated business case impacts are.
Yeah, through the chair. So we have 4 options that are available. There could be more. But option 1 is what we've recommended for the last year and a half is the $1,000 license. That would be a 2-year license, and it would be blanket across regardless of how big your place is. Option 2 is essentially bringing that cost to just a yearly license at $500. Option 3 would incorporate primary versus secondary residence, which would have to include a couple different provisions in the bylaw to differentiate those. But we've recommended that in that sense, it would be a $300 license per year for someone that's a primary resident. So that would cover, the people that are on-site, essentially the on-site management types. That's where that would be. A $1,500 1-year license for any secondary residents. And then option 4 is to incorporate the number of days rented per year. Georgian Bay Township does this. They do anything less than, I believe, 22 days is a reduced cost, and anything over 22 days is their regular price. So in a sense, we would do, consistent with what that 14-day portion was in the definition, $250 for a year-long license for anyone that rents 14 days or less. And then anybody 15 days or more would go up to $1,500 per year. So to further that, as far as the annual revenue, option 1 and 2, this is working with 50% compliance at the 800 rate, not the 1,200 rate. So we're looking at, say, 400 people come in and get a license, regardless if it's option 1 or 2. Revenue for the township would be at $200,000 per year. Option 3 with the primary versus secondary residence, this would be based on 25% of the licenses being primary residences. Township would make $480,000. For option 4, incorporating the number of days rented per year, and this would be based on 12.5% of those being 14 days or less. The township would be projected to make $537,500 per year.
Councillor Berry. To clarify through you, this was not to be a revenue generator. This was to be a revenue neutral implementation. So the costs and we're looking at those people that rent their places to cover all of the costs of being able to do it. This is not a profit center.
Yep, fair enough. Fair comment. Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you. Through you, I'd like to reinforce my earlier comment about the waterfront. I really do like, the more I think about it, the waterfront versus off water. I think that really makes a whole lot of sense. Helps us differentiate, helps us create some value. I think the $1,000 1-year license, again, I just think it's simple, 6 days. I think the off water, $500 license, 3 days. It's super clean. You can do the math, but
Sorry, through the chair.
Mr. Kennedy.
So just to clarify, I guess, I think it would need obviously the rest of committee to agree to that. But what I'm hearing from Councillor Zavitz is waterfront properties would be a yearly license at $1,000. Non-waterfront would be a yearly license at $500. Okay.
All right, committee, how do we feel about that? We're starting, much as we did in the dark sky bylaw, we are making significant differentials for the waterfront versus the non-waterfront. Director Pink.
Sorry to try not to jeopardize that. I just wanted to point out, I think we've said $1,000 for a yearly license. I think the report has always been suggesting 1,000 for a 2-year or 500 for 1 year. So I think it's 500 for one, 250 for rural. Is that the?
No, hold on.
Well, I guess in simple terms, what I want to point out, I think the consensus just now was $1,000 a year. That would be a doubling of what we were suggesting previously.
I would certainly support that.
Councillor Edwards.
No, that's fine, but I would go with a yearly license rather than 2 years. It makes it simpler. They know they gotta renew it every year. So it's 1 year.
Councillor Zavitz, and I have a comment. All right. I'm not sure we need to differentiate. $500 a year is not very much on anybody's account. It does cover costs, the cost of administering the waterfront versus non-waterfront. I mean, I just don't know that there's enough reason to do it. We're saving somebody $250 a year. I think it would just be simple to make everybody pays $500. I'm not sure, you know, we might have some non-waterfront guys who, you know, have quite big operations. We don't really know. And these numbers are not particularly material even for smaller operations on the non-waterfront. And as Councillor Edwards says, he's not getting any complaints about it. So I personally don't think we need to have that differential, but if the rest of the committee agrees, I guess I'd be happy to go with it. I mean, you know, it'd be, the annual fee's not going to be $250 if you're not waterfront. That's almost nothing.
Yeah, I thought that the main differentiation between the lakefront and the non-lakefront was minimum number of days. So that if you're in the back lot, it's 3 days, and if you're on the waterfront, it's 6 days, 6 nights.
Well, I think what we suggested was no restrictions
On the back lot?
Yeah, on the back lot.
Okay.
Right.
I'm okay with that.
But now we're talking about fees.
Right, I understand, but it morphed into fees. That's how we got to fees.
We applied it to fees as well, and I, you know, my personal feelings, we don't need to
Yeah,
differentiate on fees.
I'm with you. I think you just charge.
Because the numbers aren't, it's not like we're $1,500 a year.
But instead of $1,000 for 2 years, let's do $500 a year.
just
And
make it an annual one, you have to renew.
you know you have to do it, because if you choose not to, then you don't have to do it, right? You don't have to pay.
Mr. Kenny, what's the administrative impact on that for you, workload wise?
Through the chair, I think a yearly license, if we're only having one licensing officer added to staff, I will say that, and again, back to talking to my colleagues in different municipalities, they are having a troubling time trying to handle and it's at a lot less than what we have for short-term rentals. So I just want to caution that a yearly license, while I do agree with committee that it definitely makes things easier and smoother because you have to renew every single year, it will increase our administrative workload quite significantly for a department that only has, you know, 3 close, soon to be 4 people. So I just want to caution that I don't think it should be a be all end all to change anything. I just want to say that our administrative duties will significantly increase regardless of how we set this up. I think this is a significant increase on the bylaw division, regardless of if it's a 1 or 2 year license.
And so, Mr. Kennedy, if I could ask, was the logic of having $1,000 for the first 2 years was to help you over that administrative hump, and then something gets smoother at a 500 renewal?
Through the chair, that was part of the thinking, is if we had a 2 year license, that gives people you know, a comfortable amount of time to go through that process, go through the application process. Who knows, we may have to do inspections that cause the issuance of some orders that do hold things up. So the 2 year license does obviously cut the administrative burden in half. So that was part of the thinking in having a 2 year license. However, we would be the only municipality that I know of that does 2 year licenses. I believe every other municipality that I've seen with short-term rental licensing bylaws is a year-long license.
So committee, you've heard that. Does that change any thinking about just having an annual license? Still prefer annual license? Hands up. Thank you very much. All right. Are there any other topics that we need to discuss on this before we talk about changing the bylaw, the resolution of the Councillor Zavitz?
Through you, to Rob. So Rob, in terms of the fee, in your experience and with all your gathering all your information, are we in the middle? Are we at the high end, low end? $500 doesn't seem like a lot of money to me at all for.
Mr. Kennedy.
Through the chair, if we sit at $500 per year, we will be the lowest in the district of Muskoka by quite a lot, to be quite honest. I believe Bracebridge is roughly around $1,500 a year.
But we also have about 3
we
times.
have quite a lot more than the other municipalities. However, at the $500 mark, we would be the lowest in the district of Muskoka.
I would disagree through you. I would disagree. I think to get it right would be to make it 1,000 now, not 500. That's all. They're collecting huge amounts of money, and we would need the resource to, get everything up and going.
Mr. Kennedy, comments on that?
Through the chair, just to maybe put it into perspective, if you look on even just Airbnb and you go through even rentals that are on 3 Mile Lake, like the smaller lakes that we have in the township, they're still roughly going for 500 to 1,000 a night. So realistically, even at Councillor Zavit's suggestion at $1,000 for the waterfront, most of those operators are making that back within a 1.5 day rental. So I don't think it really cuts into their income, if you will, if it's at $1,000 per year.
So that would take our revenue to 200 or 400 grand.
Through the chair, I'd have to do some quick math, but yeah, you're probably looking at an increase in revenue. But at the same time, we do have to be considerate of the costs that are coming with the software, with our new staff, a new vehicle, the administrative costs in general. So I believe we had a startup cost, if we did get a new vehicle, was going to be $305,000 for each year that this runs. So, yes, we may make a little bit of money in regards to this, but I think $1,000 for waterfront and $500 for non-waterfront is pretty adequate for this township.
CAO Hammond, did you have a comment?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to committee, we just went through budget deliberations and this is a potential levy offset. So I think you should be mindful of that with respect to setting fees.
Councillor Edwards.
I would agree with Mr. Kennedy, 1,000 for waterfront, 500 for off waterfront, because they're not getting 400 or 500 a night.
Minnie, can we get an idea on thumbs up on that concept? All right, okay. What I'm going to suggest, we have to, I haven't read the resolution. I did resolution, all right. So we have a number of amendments to it.
Did you want to list the amendments? Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So it's totally.
I think this one's managed. There's only 3.
All right.
So if we just, it's been read.
I think it'd be good to list them.
We can list them, it's whatever.
Folks, if you want to stretch your legs for 5, 3 or 4 minutes or whatever you need to do, will be just a few minutes. Check your phones. Guess I better do it again, eh? Yep, thank you. I didn't have my license, my mic on. I will read it again. Let me read. So for those watching, moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor McIntyre, be it resolved that the resolution be amended as follows, and the words as amended by 1, revising the high season from Tuesday after Thanksgiving to Tuesday after Labor Day, and 2, that properties not in the waterfront designation nor zoned community residential R4 not be limited to a maximum number of rental days of 75% and minimum permitted rental length of 6 days during high season, and that fees be imposed to obtain a license of $1,000 per year for property zoned R4 and in the waterfront designation, and $500 per year for properties in all other zones or designations. All right. So, question, Councillor McIntyre.
What's R4?
R4, Director Pink.
So, to simplify, committee hasn't discussed this, but I believe the intent was to impose those requirements on all properties abutting the water. The waterfront designation, that would refer to an official plan, that would cover your typical waterfront that you would think of. However, that would exclude in the community, so Milford Bay, Bala, Port Carling. A lot of those properties are on the water. Those properties would be zoned R4. So that would cover that, and that seemed the simplest approach. We utilize the same in the dark sky bylaw. I apologize for the double negative, but what it does is all the reverse are not subject to it. It's much easier to list the ones that are, because there's only 2, as opposed to listing all the ones that are not. That helps.
All right, so I've read the resolution. Any further discussion on resolution? If not, I'll call the vote. Seeing none, all those in favor? Very well. Now, all those in favor of the original resolution as amended? All those in favor? Carried.
No, just sign this one.
Well, you're gonna reprint it anyway, right?
Oh, true.
All right, what do we have left here?
Yes, David could talk.
David, all right, so jump the gun here. The item 16A and 16B and 16C, well, corresponds, so we don't have. Director Pink, do you have any updates on the OLT or delegated approvals?
I don't, but I can talk so that Derek never leaves. Do that, but no, they're just placeholders if committee has any questions.
All right. Do we have the final one here? Is there any new business? Anybody there? All right. I think before I read this, it is time to bid final adieu to our beloved CAO. I haven't worked with you for very long, but it's been an absolute pleasure, and I suspect everybody in this room would say the same thing. So our heartiest congratulations on your successful career, and I know you are going to be very busy and have a very happy time in retirement. And with that, I have one more resolution. That resolution is moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that the planning committee meeting adjourn at 4:10 p.m. and that the next regular planning committee meeting will be held on Thursday, August 15th at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers municipality in beautiful downtown Port Carling. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
David, we got the decorators coming in with the tomorrow morning.